Not the English weather here. But Odisha does experience a lot of this rain, and we hope it doesn't come down too strong to disturb the athletics that you can enjoy to the evening.
Yeah, and the conditions aren't too bad. I mean, it's warm out there. It'd be good for the sprinters. It's a little bit slippy there for the discus throwers heading into the circle. It's not too windy either. We're watching the windsock on the outfield, and it looks okay to me. So into the circle to get this discus competition underway, and we'll bring you the other competitors in just a moment. Of course, headlining this is Samantha Hall, the Commonwealth Games champion from Jamaica. But it's Queenie Ting Kung Ni who will get us going. And Ni, the Malaysian, with a season's best of 49.74, throwing up to just short of 53 metres previously. Just awaiting her result. As we were talking about, we have Seema Kalaramna. It'd be brilliant for the home crowds, which is just people starting to fill the seats. We'll see them stadium filling up in the Kalinga Stadium very shortly. 46.88 for Queenie Ting Kung Ni to get us started. And next up is Sanya Yadav, World University Games finalist in Germany last year. Season's best of 56 metres and 5 centimetres. Second place at the National Championships earlier this year. Getting her competition started. Looks like might be just around the 50-metre mark for Yadav. And as I said, season's best 56 metres. In fact, that's a lifetime best. So that could be a decent effort for Yadav.
That's the other interesting thing in Indian athletics. The depth has gone up. We've got Seema, we've got Nidhi, and we've got Sanya, the youngster, coming up. And Bhubaneswar was regaled at the National Championships end of June with a 2.30 effort. With a 2.30 effort over the high jump by Sarvesh Kushare, who won a silver at Glasgow, and Nancy Sojan, a 6.88, 22-year-old record-breaking long jump.
But it was 49 metres and 70 centimetres for Yadav. This is Subanrad Insang from Thailand. And Insang, who has thrown close to 62 metres in the past. Just short of 58 metres this season. This is the first event of the schedule. We've also got the women's high jump starting in around about 10 minutes time. I say the first event on the track will be the men's 110 metres hurdles in about half an hour. So next up is Nidhi Rani in lifetime best shape, just short of 59 metres this season. Looks like a pretty decent start from Rani. Sail to around the mid-50s. It was no mark for Insang. It's lost track of the discus there. I think it might have gone out of bounds for the Thai athlete. And here is the Commonwealth bronze medalist, Seema Kalaramna, 27 years old. As Rupinder was saying, a PhD at the moment in philosophy, studying self-talk in athletics, and it seems to be doing the job because the form she's in over the past year or two showed a real improvement. Just short of 60 metres for a lifetime best. How she'd love to go clear of 60 metres today. I'll drop short of 60 metres, around the 58 or so. Not a bad start though for Kalaramna. Remember, it's a little bit slippy out there today. The rain's not coming down heavily, but it's coming and going. officials out there, you can see the towels the athletes all have just to try and wipe the circle as best they can, get the grip. Waiting for Rama's mark to come up. We haven't got the last one as well from Rani. When we can bring you up to date, we will do. So next up, it's Priya. Recently won bronze at the Asian Under-23 Championships just last month. 56 meters and 16 centimeters. Her best set this year. It's a little flat from Priya. There might just be a few issues with the grip. I'm sure she's going to have that one recorded. And we can bring you up to date with some of the other results from the last three athletes. So it was a no mark for Insang. Rani went out to 53 meters and 34 centimeters. And Kalaranana, 56 meters, 87. It's not a bad start. And she leads the way. Priya, 46 meters, 55. She did have that recorded in the end. So next up from Brazil, Andressa de Moraes. The 35-year-old, lifetime best of just over 65 meters, throwing just short of 61 meters this season. Multiple Olympic Games and World Championships, silver medalist at the Pan American Games, and the South American record holder. Looking for a real statement of intent. Looks like it's around the same mark as we saw from Kala Ramna. Maybe a little bit short of that. They weight the mark 56 meters and 40 centimeters. So it is just 27 meters, 7 centimeters, excuse me, or so. Back from Kala Ramana. It's the start of the women's high jump. It's being introduced through the athletes here. So that's about to get started, and we'll bring you up to date with that. I think we may have just missed Samantha Hall in the discus, the Commonwealth champion. She was due to throw after Andressa de Moraes. So instead, we are going to focus here on Yelani Abasara, Sri Lankan under-23 champion. At this point, can bring in Milind Wagle. It's great to have you alongside me, Milind. Great job just now with the pre-show.
Well, 45 minutes of a marathon, and what a pleasure it was first to talk to the two of you, you and Shannon, and then we had the minister, we had Adil Somariwala. We now look at this girl from Sri Lanka in the women's discus. There are going to be two events on at the same time. Well, good afternoon to you once again, Richard. Yelani Abasara of Sri Lanka, 41.46, her personal best, which is what is also her season's best. She is the 2025 Sri Lankan under-23 champion. Richard, you know, when you look at these Sri Lankans out here, with that name, who did that in the Diamond League yesterday, and you know what I'm talking about, the javelin.
Talking about the javelin, yep.
These athletes from Sri Lanka would say, well, we are inspired, aren't we?
Absolutely. I mean, what Umesh Talanga Patharage is doing at the moment. Another victory, I'm afraid, over Niraj Chopra. But those two, we're going to see plenty of battles over the years to come. This is Amrito Mahato, a late entry from Nepal. A lifetime best around 40 meters for her. It's a little high, drops short. And so she'll be looking to get to something like a lifetime best throw today, and what experience she can draw on today. We talked about the fact that more international athletes can come here because it's now a World Athletics Continental Tour silver. It attracts the bigger names here. It's great, 32 meters 53 for Mahato. But it also means that the athletes, the less experienced athletes, can try and pick the brains of some of these more experienced athletes. That's vital too. Very
true. Yes, we're now back to the beginning again as we move into the second round with Quinny Ting Kungani of Malaysia. Well, the disc there, short of what she really would want to do. She's got 52.77, but not very happy this season, Richard, 49.74.
Yeah, she's so experienced, actually, the Malaysian. She's a six-time champion. 46 meters 88 won't be something she's particularly happy with. Looking to improve on that. By the way, we didn't see Samantha Hall's opening throw, the Commonwealth champion. She no mark in round one, so essentially didn't miss anything. But it's not an improvement for Ni. Very consistent, but not where she wants to be.
That's the girl from the state of Haryana, Sanya Yadav, 49.71. She's capable, or she's done 56.05. And there she goes. She's been the 2025 World University Games finalist, which obviously means that she's got the potential. From there, she's got to go up now, university and beyond now.
Yeah, it's a real mix of athletes you get at the World University Games. You get athletes who want to get that winning experience. They want to experience the multi-sport games for the first time as well. Not sure it's going to be an improvement for her. Maybe a little bit short. No, there we go. 30 centimeters or so short of that opening mark for Yadav. So next into the circle is Subanrat Insang from Thailand. No mark in her first attempt. And reminder that after 3 throws at the halfway mark, we'll cut the athletes down to 8. So it's also about trying to get in that top 8 for now. Insang with her second attempt. And that is a lot better. Capable of throwing over 60 meters, 97, her best. That's back in 2018, but 58 meters this season. Now, I'm not sure it's going to be a lot that far off that here. The conditions, as I was saying, it gets a little bit slippy inside the circle, but it's not windy. In fact, they've got a little bit of a following wind behind them. 55 meters 40 for Insang.
Nidhi Rani, 53.34. She's got 58.82. One more girl from the land of Neeraj Chopra, Haryana. 4th at the 2026 Commonwealth Games. So she should be looking at the podium. Now that looks somewhere in the mid-50s. As I said, she's got 58.82. You know, while we have the next one coming up, Richard, I'm going to take you back very quickly for a few seconds to 1988. The world record is not broken. Is it so difficult?
What, to break the discus world
record? That's right.
Yeah. In the discus, in the women's discus, obviously we've got Fadavi Sion leads the way at the moment with these throws that we see from Ramona. But it's hard to get away from some of the throws that we see there. This is the leader at the moment, early stages of course, just short of 57 metres from Seema Kalaramna. Must be full of confidence as well after that podium placing in Glasgow. And that's
Up now to Yelani Abasara of Sri Lanka. The second attempt. It's going back to Samantha Hall. Look at the Sri Lankans, the Nepalese, the Bhutanese who come here. You know, you go back to Susantika Jayasinghe, Damayanti Darsha, the 400 meters, they were good. And now, of course, we spoke of Romesh Patirage. They would start learning in some of the other events as well.
Yeah, I mean, so sometimes you get some throwers who've come from sprinting in the past. That Chase Jackson, the American, for example, was once a sprinter. And you can use some of that power. Amrita Mahato from Nepal mentioned that the data we have from her is she's thrown a best of just over 40 meters in the past.
They would all be looking at some of the big names to make sure that they pick up those extra lengths in the discus. Got to make sure that all the technical phases, they get them right. Starting up with the wind up, and then looking at the power position, and then of course the delivery and the release. Clearly Samantha Hall the favourite out here, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And we can actually bring you up to date with her first recorded throws of 56 metres and 31 centimetres. That puts her into third place at the moment. So it's Seema Kalaramna who leads the way at 56 metres 87 from round one. We go back round again. This is the start of round three. It's the Malaysian Queenie Ting Kung Ni. Way short of 50 metres. She's thrown just short of 47 with her first attempt. And fairly around the same on the second. So she's going backwards a little bit here.
One of the four Haryana girls, Sania Yadav, the 2026 National Championship silver medalist. 2026, her season's best, also her personal best of 56.05. She's looking at that figure, but she's still hovering in that 49s.
She'll be wanting to get her very quickly into the 50s. As you said, the athletes are struggling to really get to where we know they're capable of. I was concerned for a moment there that was going to head out of bounds from Yadav. Just land inside the zone. It is over 50 metres, so it is going to be an improvement, but the release wasn't quite there from Yadav. I'm sure she'd want an improvement on that from a technical point of view. It looks like at least the results of that's going to be better. 52 metres. So starting to edge the right way from her point of view.
This girl holds the Thai national record, 61.97, 2018. So she's been around for a fair bit of time. She has a Mr. X against her name to start off with, and then moved to 55.40. The 2025 Southeast Asian gold medalist. Not a very strong girl, Richard. Tall, lanky. Gave me a feeling that she was a high jumper.
It's not a bad throw though, is it? I mean, we haven't seen any over 60 metres yet, but that might just be enough to head into the lead. Reminder, the pace has been set by Seema Kalaramna, 56 metres 87. I wonder whether that might just threaten to go out in front. Wait the results. So does she.
National record is 61.97. Maybe she's close enough now.
She's an extremely experienced athlete. Super light inside. 7 meters 72, and it is enough to move her out in front, and it just ramps up the pressure a little bit. And remember, after this round we'll cut to 8, so that's important enough. We haven't seen the best yet from Samantha Hall, we haven't seen the best yet from Kalaramda.
One of the 4 Haryana girls now. Coming up is Nidhi Rani. Improved a wee bit from 53.34 to 53.99. Surely capable of doing much more. 58.82 this year. She's currently lying in number 5. She's been 4th at the 2026 Commonwealth Games, so she's got all the experience in her kitty, in her bag.
One of the slight challenges in terms of the conditions, and they're not that bad, but the rain is sort of coming and going a little bit as well. So once you think you've adjusted to it, it's just changing slightly. This was the former leader. She'll be looking to get back out in front now. Seema Kalaramda. As I was saying before, a great few weeks heading over to the UK, getting on the podium for the Commonwealth Games. She's improving all the time. 59 meters 73. She'll be very happy indeed if she can find 60 meters for the first time in competition. And here she goes for round 3. A little bit too much height on that for Nima India. That's why it just dropped. So it's not going to be an improvement for Kalaramda. I don't know whether she's actually going to have that one recorded. Shake of the head, as she knows that wasn't quite her best, but she's safe. She's in the competition. She can still build through the rounds. It's not an improvement. So 53 meters 53. Still sits in second place.
Now going to get across for the introduction to the blue ribbon event, the 110 meters hurdles. The first of them was Madhavendra Shekhawat, representing Rajasthan here. He is studying at the University of Arizona. This is the next of them, is going down to Franco Lerui, 20 years old, Republic of South Africa. 13.44. Northwestern University, United States. That's the Indian out there. Manjunatha Krishak, or M. Krishak as he's known, represents Karnataka. 13.44. The next of them is the boy from Brazil, 30 years old, experience, Eduardo Rodriguez, the 2023 Pan American Games champion. Trains at the Orcampi Club. Now this is the guy who should be the favorite. We're missing, of course, Ashok Sirse out here today. Manav Rajanarayanan, or Manav R, and then completing the lineup. That's Manav for you. Tamil Nadu 13.66, the 2026 national champion, silver medalist. And Manu, remember, great comeback after injury. This boy, he leapfrogged the national record holders, Shirse Tingalaya, to take top spot in the Open Nationals in Bangalore. Richard, while we're looking at a few more minutes before they get onto the blocks there, an event which always gets the second ahead behind the 100 meters, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you have plenty of athletes as well that might compete in both of them. But this is a pretty decent lineup, this. You look at Franco Leroux, who's there. He's just competed at the Commonwealth Games and just come short of that medal. He's in great form. So a lot of South Africans here today. I'm quite looking forward to seeing Antonia Alcana as well of South Africa. As we go back to the discus, Samantha Hall with her third attempt. I think this is her third attempt anyway. I'm not sure she'll be too happy with that. She's walking straight out of the circle. Sits in fourth place, 56 meters and 31. So heading back to the start of the men's 110 metres hurdle shortly. They're just going through their warm-ups. They've been introduced to the crowds. Not quite ready to go yet, not being called to their blocks. So look here at Yanani Abasara. This is her third attempt. Now she's in the danger zone here, sits in ninth place, really needs something decent here. To move into the top 8, she needs to clear 47 metres 48 to drop Queenie Ting Kung Ni outside the top 8. Here she goes with her round 3 throw. She'll hope it's not her last. Afraid may well be close to that of the Malaysian. Might not be good enough. So she knows that her day is probably done. In the same situation here for Anrita Mohato, 39 metres 40. And Abasara will exit the competition. So from Nepal here, Mohato, 33 metres 52. The data that we have on Mohato suggests that she's not cleared 40 metres before. So let's see something extraordinary from her if she's going to stay in the competition. Currently sits in 10th. That she needs to get into that top 8 if she wants to continue. And it won't be for the athlete from Nepal. So where we are in the competition, leading the way, still on that Insang, 57 metres 72. Seema Kalaram sits in second place, 56 metres 87. And Andressa Demiraish in third, and Samantha Hall, the Commonwealth champion, just outside the top 3 for now. It's fair to say the competition yet to really ignite in the discus, but we can see this with throws. Sometimes you can have a fairly average competition and you see something extraordinary.
Just that one particular throw which could just about come from the Commonwealth champion. Could be this girl as well. She's got 61 plus as the national champion of Thailand. So very colorful evening. The lights have come up here at the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneswar, where you're watching live action in the World Athletic Continental Tour, moving up from the bronze of 2025. Plenty of action out here. The discus, the high jump as well. And then in approximately 4 minutes from now, we want to look at the 9 of them scheming over the hurdles like an albatross over the ocean.
Over in the high jump at the moment as well. That is well underway. To 80 at the moment. So Priya is over. Taking to that later on as that progresses. We've also got the men's shot put, which is not far off from getting started. Also got another Commonwealth champion there. So we're about to head into round 4 for the women's discus, and just surviving the cuts at the halfway point is Queenie Ting Kung Ni. Ignore the graphic that you can see on your screen. This is the Malaysian just getting ready to go. 47 metres 48 her best. That puts her in 8th place, and we're just about to head to the start of the men's 110 metres hurdles. So there might be a slight delay here for the...
A lot of action happening at the same time. This is Supriya at 1.65 meters where they started off. Supriya, the 2019 World University Games and the 2026 national champion. If we now move to the introduction of the men's 110 meters hurdles.
I think Supriya is just about to go on that at 1 meter 80 there. It's a first time failure for her at that height. Make sure we can keep you up to date as much as we possibly can to come away from that. It's not quite ready to get started yet. This first track event of the session. Fastest in this field both this season and in terms of lifetime best is Antonio Alcana, the South African, three-time African champion. Been around a long time. Meeting the challenge from India. It's very rare you see two with exactly the same season's best, but that is the case for Krishik and also well, you got LaRue here as well with a South African who he'll be competing up against. And you wonder whether I think there's quite a clear race for the top three with the likes of Krishik and Akana and LaRue. You've got Eduardo Rodriguez who will try and take the victory as well. It's quite an even race, this one.
One name which we are surely missing out here today is the national record holder, Ashok Shirse. He also holds the record here, 13.43. Now from right to left, Madhavendra Shekhawat in lane 1. Studies in the United States of America, 13.70 on the far right. From Karnataka, 13.44. National indoor here, just about 50 meters behind the stadium last year. You then got Eduardo Rodriguez, 30 years old, aged, experienced, the 2023 Pan American Games champion and the 2025 Tokyo World Championship semi-finalist. Lane 7 was slated to be Chang of Philippines. You don't see him there. Has he gone for a walk somewhere for the moment?
Looking out on the track there, can't see him down there, so it's like we're going to have lane 7 empty.
Rajarayan of Tamil Nadu, the 2020 amazing athlete, great comeback after injuries. He leapfrogged, I remember, the national record holder. Shak 5, Rodriguez 6, 7 vacant, R. Manav, and then Kavisha Bandara. Hush silence. Explode there into the first of the hurdles. Look at lane number 2 out there. Manav going strong. It's lane number 2. Jose Allen Suarez de Silva. He's now going great guns. He's got someone on his tail out there. Is it Shekhawat? Oh, that's close. Absolutely close. They found their rhythm early. Then they started eating up the track very easily. Maintained the momentum. And look at that. That was close for comfort, wasn't it?
It was, I would say, a messy race. And it was a battle between the two South Africans in the end. It was a fairly clean start from LaRue, but he just started to clatter a few hurdles. So looking out onto the track now, I think the last, I think LaRue might have hit the last 3 or at least 3 of the last 4 hurdles. Still very clean here from LaRue at this point. And then there goes the first hurdle. There, just a clip on that, another one. And another, and that's what brought Alcana back into the mix, but he couldn't quite get level with LaRue to try and take the win. And yeah, like I say, scrappy, but LaRue getting the job done.
So 13.47, the Kalinga Stadium record stays intact with 13.45 in the name of Tejas Shirse of Maharashtra, set in 2026 at the Interstate Championships. But yes, it was scrappy towards the end. They charged off at the final barrier. They were locked in a duel. As we head back now to the event which started 38 minutes ago.
28 World Indoors are going to be back here in India, in Odisha.
Franco
Let's
LaRue.
give it up for the winner of our men's 110
Shannon Robury out there.
hurdles, Franco LaRue.
Medalist. And he's come all the way out here and he's got the win. Yes, we're looking at the discus. We've been following it since the start of this meet. Still leading the way is Subanaratin Singh.
Second in a close finish in today's race. Let's talk to me through it.
Bit of a head start, but I got into my running and everything for the play. As the front row fellow countryman is doing well.
How is it to have your fellow countrymen to compete with for the win?
It's always awesome with because I'm one of the old South African hurdlers. He's one of the youngsters coming up. He's really doing well. World Indoor finalists, World Games finalists. So he has a bright future ahead of him.
We had you to look up to, huh? Yeah. What's up next for you? Is this the end of the season? There's more to come?
I'm going back home just for 2 days and I wait over to Europe. But third way, so I'll finish my season on top.
Global travelers here. Let's give it up once again. Franco LaRue and Antonio Alcana, your top two finishers in the men's 110-meter hurdles.
Well, there we go. That was the second place athletes. Antonio Alcana speaking to Shannon. We'll be seeing a lot more of Shannon throughout the afternoon into the evening, getting the reaction from the athletes. So back to the women's discus and Subanrat Insang. This is the fourth attempt for the Thai, who is leading the way still, 57 metres 72. Whilst he's been away, Samantha Hall has not been able to improve, 56 metres 25. It's only 6 centimetres out from her best so far. Andressa Dimaraich is in third and Seema Kalaramna is in second place. And can Insang make this lead a little bit more difficult to get past? She can't, not on this occasion anyway. It's out of bounds. So she only leads by about 24 centimetres. There's Insang. So just 2 more rounds to go. It's Queenie Ting Kung Ni.
Updates on our women's discus throw. After 3 rounds, we
Still
reduced the
sits
field
in
to 8
place.
athletes who are now throwing.
47 metres 48. Her
Our
best attempt. She had a
furthest
slight
throw so far,
improvement while we were away.
Subanrat Insang from Thailand, that 57.72 third throw, leading the competition. 56.40 from Andressa de Moraes for third position.
That
It's
again
Seema
is going to be
Kalirama
short
from
of 50
Haryana in
metres.
second.
I tell you what, the card looks very consistent here. I should be happy enough with that consistency, but this time she doesn't want it recorded at all. Just a little bit of frustration, I think, from Queenie Ting Kung Lee, because we know she can perform at a lot higher level than this.
Well, for someone who's been getting at 52 plus, 52.77, but she struggled this season, I remember, 49.74. The 2025 South Asian Games silver medalist. As we're now back to the next of them, Priya, the one of the 4 girls from Haryana. She's got the young youth on her side, the 2026 Asian Under-23 Championship bronze. Not something that she's just got a little over 50. So she's got 56.16 in the season. They all seem to be, Richard, struggling to get to that mark of 60 that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to. I'm actually a little bit surprised it's taking this long to get to that point. As I say, the conditions just keep on changing a little bit. I just wonder whether that unpredictability is not really helping. A lot of them have been quite consistent. Look at that again from Priya, 52.31. Her best 52.48 from the previous round. Some of them are starting to improve, and Sanya Yadav is one of those who can definitely do that and try and move up the leaderboard. Sits in 7th place at the moment with the best attempt of 52 metres. And just sizing things up into round 5 here, penultimate throw for one of the home athletes looking to impress in front of the crowd. One of the biggest crowds and the most prestigious occasions she's competed at home. Once again, I'd say it's not massively different to what we saw in round 3 from Yadav, so she won't be too happy with that.
We're now coming up to the introduction of the men's shot put.
And here we go. So throwing first, Haryana, Sanyam Sanjay, 4th at the National Championships. There's Bahodur. We'll throw second. But that was touching ball Singer Tour. And there's Chuk Anekwachi. I tell you what, it's an imposing man when you're up against him. That's the Commonwealth champion. 22 meters and 10 centimeters, his best. 21.74 this season. William Dorado, who's competes in the World Indoor Final. Karanavir Singh, 20 meters 49 in lifetime best form, the Indian champion. On Asian indoor silver back in 2023. And Mohammed Bakir Al-Hamadawi from Iraq, 70 meters 56, his best. So we fly back to the women's discus and check in with Andressa de Moraes.
So we're now getting everything towards those final moments of the discus.
Moraes sits in 4th place at the moment. Whilst we were away, Samantha Hall moved into the lead, 58 meters 43. She's moving closer to 60 meters. As we get instructions for the athletes for the women's 100 meters hurdles. We'll be back in the discus very shortly. There is Yumi Tanaka, 27 years old from Japan, lifetime best of 12 meters 80, only just outside of that this season. An Asian Championships silver medalist. Toya Alves, the Brazilian, improves her own national record back in June, 12.57. Elizabeth Taylor from the Bahamas, also a talented triple jumper, competed in both this event and the triple jump at the Paris Olympics. Roti Yoraji is due to go in 2 events today. She's just due to go in the 100 meters a little bit later on. One of the last 2 Asian Championship titles. This is more of her strength for Yoraji. Yini Kongan lowered her lifetime best of 13.22 just a couple of months ago. Again, Prasant, lifetime best of 13.15, 13.33 this season. Champion from 3 years ago. Jali completes the lineup. She'll go from lane 7. Also in the form of her life this season, 13.35. And the indoor Indian champion over 60 meters hurdles. Good starter.
Jyoti Yarachi, Richard, is coming back after a layoff of virtually a year injury. And I remember talking to the coach from England, James Hiller, who is the high performance director at the Reliance Academy. He said, we're going to take each step by step again here, because the injury obviously 1 year. And very surprising that she's doing both the hurdles and the 100 meters in a span of just about an hour and a half.
Training, I guess, for the Asian Games coming up. So checking back in with the women's discus again. It's Insang with her penultimate attempt. She's now dropped down to 3rd place because Demaraish has gone out in front, 58 meters 66. Just saw her head into the circle. Samantha Hall, 58.43. She sits in 2nd, and Insang dropping down to 3rd there. So Seema Karamda has moved out of the top 3. 56.88 for Insang, so it's no improvement for her. Lot going on, isn't there? But in 3 field events, we've got the women's high jump, which we've checked in with very recently. The women's discus is now coming to a conclusion. The men's shot put just about to get started as well. It is a packed programme for this first edition of the silver level of the World Athletics Continental Tour.
What an atmosphere this is here at the Kalinga Stadium. The lights are up here. Just 4:49 by my watch. Drizzled a wee bit. It was threatening to rain, but the rain god said, let us watch a lot of athletics as well. That's the big man. That's the man whom has been around for quite some time. Tejinder Pal Singh Tour. He is the national record holder. And 21.77. So the lineup once again for you. Sanjay of Haryana. Tilak Bahadur of Nepal. Tour representing Punjab. There is 228. The double Asian Games champion 2018 and then in 2025. You got also the 2026 Commonwealth Games champion and the world and Olympic finalist in Ekwechi of Nigeria. Dual passport, the American and the Nigerian. Indianapolis, Lafayette is where he comes from, the University of Lafayette. Very, very jovial boy, Richard. Very, very jovial.
Oh yes, yeah, very friendly. And he's also talking about how he's at a different time of his career now, where he's in his mid-30s. He wants to experience new things. I asked him what drew him to come to India, and you know, he had that privilege as an athlete to travel the world. So getting this competition underway. It's the tour. Over 19 metres to start with. We're expecting him. He'd want to go closer to around 21 metres to really threat today, but he's happy with that. It's just a little bit of a sighter, just a little bit of a warmer, a little arm loosener for the tour. That's what a lot of them will be doing. They've been out there warming up for a little bit, but when he's obviously really starting to throw in earnest now.
I think fast bowlers have all stopped doing that because they want a wicket of the very first ball.
It's almost a surprise now when they deliver a good ball, isn't it? It catches the batsman out, or batters out. So into round 6, the final round now of the women's discus, and Queenie Ting Krungni sits in 8th place. Her best from round 3, 47 metres 48. Not missing anything on the track. We're just a couple of minutes away from the start of the women's 100 metres hurdles. So this is the final round of the women's discus. Gave it a big roar. It's fallen short of 50 metres once again for Queenie. It might be a slight improvement though. We'll bring you up to date with that in a moment. The athletes just getting ready to settle into their blocks. The first of the women's track events of this meet. I'll remind you of the lineup very shortly. Focus here on Charisma Taylor and Jyoti Garaji. Two of the favourites for this race. It's pretty even, I have to say. Tough to pick a favourite here. Yumi Tanaka will maybe not be that happy to be drawn out in lane 1 there. She'll have to steam in on the inside. Out there for a little bit of time now. It's not cold out there, of course. It's early 30s degrees Celsius. So very good for the sprinters. In terms of the conditions out there, so it's been drizzle, rain coming and going. It's not been particularly much of a downpour so far. I guess really looking at the sprint disciplines or the track disciplines, this is probably the event where you don't really want to have any concerns over your footing. You want to be able to clear the hurdle at full pelt. You want to be able to make sure that your stride is exactly as you want it to be. You don't want any concerns that you might end up just losing your footing slightly, but conditions are pretty good for sprinting. So a reminder then of the lineup. In 1, Yumi Tanaka. Asian Championships silver medalist. Victoria Alves of Brazil goes in lane 2. Lifetime best of 12.57 achieved this season. Charisma Taylor, one of the class athletes in this field. 12.63, her lifetime best. So back in 2024, this distance this season. Jyoti Garaji, season's best of 12.85, not far off that lifetime best for the 2-time Asian champion. Dini Kongan looking to drop closer to around the low 13s. Passant is in the same boat, 13.33, her season's best, capable of going quicker than that, 13.15, her lifetime best, and Anjali is in a very similar position to Prasant Sahu there in terms of their season's best, almost identical times for them. The favourites from lane 1 to 4. Just settling down.
One picture I've always loved.
It's the issue here with the fact that we're just clearing up water bottles before they get going here. As the athletes are trying to focus just on their lane. Just disrupt their rhythm a little bit. The slaps of the thighs you often see with the sprinters. they get ready to settle into their blocks. 10-lane straight this. We're expecting to see a 10-lane final. Only 100 meters a little bit later on. So get ready for this. Tanaka goes in 1, Alves in 2, Taylor in 3, Raji in 4, Kongan in 5, Sahu in 6, and Jali in lane 7. It's the women's 100 meters hurdles. Last look down the track from Kongan. Has to settle. Get away cleanly. It's not a bad start from Taylor. Maybe Taylor just about, but Raji is trying to come back at her. We're going to get a fall there from Alves. She's had to check out, but Taylor is still going strong. It's going to be Taylor that takes this just ahead of Yumi Tanaka. Unofficial time of 12:90. Not a bad way to start the women's program here. It was a messy on the outside from Alves. She tried to keep it together and get herself back on track, but once you hit the hurdle and lose your balance, it's very hard to do that. And you're also trying to stay in your lane too. And Carissa Taylor came into this as the favourite, and she has taken the win here. Let's take a listen to this one once more. It was a stronger start from Taylor. And I did mention just watch Tanaka on that outside there, and this is where it all went wrong for Alves. She actually did step into Tanaka's lane, so she wouldn't have been able to continue anyway, but still tried her best. Pretty clean all the way through there from Taylor. 12:96, the official winning time, the only athlete to dip below 13 seconds.
So far, it's my first time in India. I'm loving it. Hospitality is great. It's good. Glad to be here.
What attracted you to coming to this competition?
Well, it's somewhere I've never been before, and I'm someone who likes to venture out. So I thought it was a perfect opportunity.
Well, congratulations on your race today. It was a strong finish, a dominant win, and it was really exciting to have you here at the Indian Open. Congratulations. Woo-hoo! I also have the pleasure of
What a
speaking
star
with
cast
our
we have out
seventh-place
here.
finisher from Japan, Yumi Tanaka. Have you competed in India before, and what has your experience been like racing here?
Yeah, it is my first time in India, and I'm with the Yalaji a few times in the Asian Games and Asian Championships. So I'm very happy to come here and run with her.
Are you preparing for the Asian Games? Is that what's next?
I cannot join the Asian Games, but I have few races. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best.
Congratulations on your performance today. One.
Well, just bring you up to date with what's happening out on the infield. I mean, watching the women's discus, we're going to go to shot put in just a moment, but it has been won by Andressa de Moraes. So we check in again with the shot. That is Tilak Bahadur. No, it might be actually Rai Bahadur Singh. Excuse me, from Nepal. There's the big man, Chokanatwechi. Not being particularly specific when you talk about a big man in shot put, is it? To be honest, lots of big men throwing heavy things.
5 feet 11 inches when you look at him and look at the likes of Kovacs or Krauser, 6 feet 5, 6 feet 6 inches.
I just saw just in the background. Sanyam Sanjay, his attempt throwing his arms up in the air, red flag you can see just being raised there. So I'm not sure we're going to see the conclusion of that women's discus, but we've obviously focused a lot on it over the last hour or so. But Andressa de Moraes, throw of 58 meters 66, ended up being the best. Samantha Hall finishing in second, 58.43, was able to improve in round 5. And Super Insang improved as well to 58.33, just a little bit, to finish in third place. So no home athletes in terms of the top three. The best of the Indian athletes here. Seema Kalaramna, who finished in 4th place. So where are we at with the shot put in terms of the opening attempts? It is this man, Chuck Anakwechi, who is leading the way in the opening stages. Just short of 20 meters.
We're now going to get to the introduction of the next of the events. It's all happening out here.
Yes, it's the men's 800 meters next. And in this, you might be familiar if you watch the World Athletics Continental Tour. You often see a couple of races where the best combined time is added together to find our winners. We have 2 races coming up for the men's 800 meters. Not necessarily seeded in terms of the stronger athletes in one and the other. As the hurdles getting packed away. We're just 4 or 5 minutes away from the start of the first of these men's 800 meters. So we'll check back in, hopefully, with the discus, the shot put, in fact. It looks like we are ready to go. So anyway, Chuck Enekwechi leads the way in a shot put, 19 meters 96. Here we go then, the introductions for the men's 800 meters. And there is Prakash Balukadade. He will be going from lane 3. Nuruddin Adal Mirza from Iraq. We just saw that. Jean Bertrand Vayus from Mauritius. And, the BMC best there, just trained in the UK often. And Wan Mohammed Fazri of Malaysia. Lifetime best of 147.64. Som Bahadur Kumal. The Nepalese athletes that we have here. 150, he's looking to go below that in this race. And Kindi Lindup of Bhutan. Not much known about the man from Bhutan. And the fastest in this field is Mohammed Afzal. He goes in the next race. And Brian Masai as well. We have a battle in that second race as we see Zane Weir of Italy. Looking like he's throwing around the 20-meter mark. Started with 19 meters 46. The European medalist, no doubt attracted out here as well to try and experience something a little bit new. You're seeing out there as well the towels being swept in that circle, trying to make it as dry as possible. So a reminder that these 2 800-meter races are effectively one race, ran separately. So it'll be the best overall time, the best that will win this competition. And let's just go through their warm-ups and we'll head back to the shot put for now.
That's the young Indian there, Samardeep Singh Gill, 18.72 at the very first attempt. He's quite capable of doing much more. 20.40 is his personal best, which is also the season's best. He comes from Bhopal in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Finalist at the Commonwealth and the World University Games. He is stepping into the shoes of Tejinder Pal Singh Toor. Just about a little over what he perhaps did, but no, that's a cross against his name. Should be disappointed. Very, very enthusiastic boy. Always likes to chat. He's a wonderful speaker, and he also translates all of that into action in the field.
It's always good to see the passion. Often converts to a decent attempt. There is Aidan Smith. National finishing 4th at the Commonwealth Games. Looking to go clear of 19 metres, 18.98. His best attempt so far. It's pretty much right on that line. It's a very similar throw, actually, from his first attempt for the South African. Leading away, Chuka Nakwachi. 19 metres, 96.
This surely is a very strong field.
19 metres and 4 centimetres then for Smith. It's a slight improvement just by 6 centimetres.
Sure, they're all looking at their personal best. This is personal best or 20.89. Shift to the next of them. Karanveer Singh from Punjab is the reigning national champion, the 2023 Asian Indoor silver medalist. 20.49 is personal best. Such a joy to watch the southpaws as we now will get into action in the 800 meters.
They're underway for the first of the two 800-meter races. And a reminder that the best time from these two will be the overall winner. Set off pretty quickly. No real seedings. We've got the faster of the athletes in the second of the races. Apologies, we missed the start here, but a little bit of a gap emerging here between the front and the chasing pack. It's gone a little bit too early here. We're about to go through the first lap in just short of 54 seconds for Prakash Balagodade. And he'll be a very popular winner if he can hold on to this, but the pack are just starting to close in on him here. Godade stretching his legs and trying to keep what looks like about a 4 or 5 meter gap here between himself and the chasers. He went out extremely hard, and now the race really starts to go as they come round the bend for the final time. And just starting to close here on Prakash Balagodade. You can feel his rivals breathing down his neck. And just running wide there, it's a sensible choice from Godade with the threat coming on. But he's going to streak home for victory here. Start to finish, a win for Godade. Unofficial time, just outside 1:48. And we actually saw a bit of a redraw, didn't we, of these races. Prakash Balagodade was meant to go in the second of the two races. Instead had a pretty much free run of it here in the first race. Just trying to see here who's come home for second place. It's Nuruddin Adal Mirza, who's just getting second. And Godade will come over and speak to Shannon in a few moments, but that was actually a very confident win from one of the home athletes.
Trains at the Army Sports Institute, a sapper in the Indian Army. A very, very determined man. Here's the big man again, the second of the big men. But he's certainly a much bigger man, isn't he, Richard?
It's an imposing figure. He leads the way. He's actually about to go. It's Jinpal Singh Tour, 19 meters 58, his best so far. That looks like an improvement. Oh no, he's actually stepped outside the circle, it would seem. Red flag. Well, he's found the distance that time. Maybe just couldn't quite keep his balance. It's a little bit tricky out there with the rain. It's pretty much the first I've seen of the rain actually since I got here. Been here for it's the fourth day here actually. I think it's been raining overnight a little bit, but a bit unfortunate for the conditions. But you have to challenge yourself in these. And Chukwu here, I think he's gone into he has now this is the example of the conditions and we've not been quite happy with it. He leads the way. He went into the circle. He's not happy with how much standing water there is in there. Tried to clear some of it away with the towel, but found that he wasn't willing to take the risk. He's hoping that maybe the rain stops coming. Some of the other athletes absorb those conditions. Instead, deliberate foul, doesn't need to go into the lead. So instead, it's William Dorado who comes into the circle. The Brazilian, former World Indoor finalist. And making nice of the conditions there, Dorado. That looks all right.
We are now heading to the next of the 800 meters. The first of them is Mogali Venkataraman of Andhra Pradesh. Molifi Moholomi of the Republic of South Africa, the reigning South African champion, 146.92. This is after the first of them which got through, Mohammad Afzal. And then, of course, down the order, Krishan Kumar of the Army. World Championship at Budapest, 145.88. He's going to be drawn in the outside there in the 800 meters, the silver at the Asian Championships in Bangkok in 2023. The second of them, as we still stay with the shot put for the moment.
Yes, this is Zane Weir in third place, 90 meters 80. His best from round two. He's seen Enekwechi basically avoid his third round, so we're looking to go out in front. Just dumping into the turf around about the 20-meter mark. Turf just coming up there as well. The throw from Dorado we saw just now measured at 19 meters 56. It wasn't an improvement for the Brazilian. And to go out in front, Zane Weir will be needing to improve on the 19 meters 96. He is the first to go over 20 meters at this meet. And the European medalist from Birmingham just last week. Another who competed at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. You can see there he's got a towel in front of the circle. He's perfectly entitled to make sure that he enters that way. So a wipe of the feet. Wipe of the towel inside the circle. And Gill sitting in sixth, 80 meters 72. He's a lot better than this. Dropping just short of the 20 meters, I think. But it looks like it might be a little bit closer to the 19 meter mark for Gill, which is at least he's heading in the right direction.
Quite capable of doing that. One thing is certain, Richard, that the laundry will have a lot of work with the towels coming in tomorrow morning for them. The towels.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Quite a laundry bill that's going to be racking up here, isn't there? We've got the one end on with the shot put. We've had the women's discus as well. So look at the leaderboard then for the first time today, and Zane Weir leading the way 20 meters and 12 centimeters, the only athlete over 20 meters so far. So Aidan Smith next into the ring. The second of these men's 800 meter races is about to get underway. How can Smith respond to Weir? Just touching the tape there around the 19 meter mark once again. I'm not sure it's going to be much of an improvement if there is one from Aidan Smith. He's keeping it pretty consistent. Karanveer Singh is going to be next up. It is a slight improvement from Smith. Like I said, I feel like it was around the same mark. It's only 4 centimeters better off. Keeps him in sixth. No improvement for him. Karanveer Singh, 18 meters 61 with his best attempt so far. He'll be next up in the circle. But we're just about to get underway then for the second of the two men's 800 meter races. And a reminder that the combined times will determine the winner. I don't feel like they're too ready to go yet though, do they? It's sitting on the blocks, getting ready to be reintroduced. About a minute away from the scheduled start. So we are running, that's to say, the officials are doing a terrific job so far in keeping things running like clockwork.
There was slated to be 7 of them in the original lineup, but I can see 1 and 2 vacant. Mogali Venkatraman of Andhra Pradesh was to run in lane number 2. We'll see lane number 3 is the boy from the Republic of South Africa, Molifi Moholomi. He's a very focused person. 146.92 is the reigning South African champion. In 4 is the man who has been doing wonders. The man from the Indian Air Force. There he is to the left, Mohammad Afzal, a junior warrant officer, national record holder, 144.93. 5 and 6 are vacant again. That's Krishan there in the outside, a silver medalist at the Asian Championships in Bangkok. 145.88, a gold at the Federation Cup in Ranchi, as they all set now. They'll all make sure that this 800 meters, the timing would obviously want to get as better as earlier. The controlled positive split. The second lap is obviously going to be slightly slower than the first. They're sitting out now at the back straight. Afzal will now come in there. There are only four of them. From the outside, it's Krishan Kumar of the Indian Army, 2023 Asian Championship silver medalist. He takes the early lead. Afzal just behind there, breaking for the inside after the 100 meters at the far side now. He is controlling the race from the front, for sure. Is Krishan. It won't be far away before Mohammad Afzal starts breaking in there. And Richard, when you got only four of them, the pressure starts mounting, isn't it?
Yeah, just wondering whether possibly Moglomi has just started to bide his time. In fact, there goes the Kumar is gone after the first lap. He was looking good. And instead, we're just down to 3 in race B.
So, in fact, it was Bappi Hansta was making from Odisha. In fact, the Odisha's supporters out here were all looking for him. Mohammad Afzal is now falling back. Krishan now takes the lead. Out there, he's got the South African Molifi Mohili on his heels. Afzal seems to be not doing what he actually likes to do, sitting his shoulder, waiting perhaps for the final moment to come in there. It's all between the two of them. Afzal falling back now by quite a few meters. It seems to be that the South African, it is taking that lead. Krishan trying to catch up. Is he going to do that? So close, looks over his shoulder. But it is the South African, Richard.
Yeah, I just thought maybe he was biding his time there, Morifi Modlomi, the South African. It's a strange race, that one, because we were due to have 7 runners in that race. We actually saw a slight redraw as well for all those 2 races. We were due to see Brian Masai go in that, the Kenyan, but he didn't turn up either. So in the end, when we had the dropout of, it was Bappi Hansta, you said, wasn't it, that dropped out after 400 metres. It looked like he was going well, and I just wonder whether he was actually almost doing a bit of a pacing job there instead, because nothing visible, but also with big events coming up, you don't want to take any risks. If you feel a little bit of a twinge somewhere in your legs, you want to make sure that you look after yourself. But Maloney always looked very comfortable in that first 400 metres, and Krishna Kumar was there to be shot at 147.45. We'll just double check on the results from the first one. 148.03 was the winning time from Prakash Balugadade. So it will be Malifi Motlomi who takes the overall win, and Krishna Kumar will get second place.
I'm a bit surprised with Mohammad Afzal. Obviously, he has conserved his energy for the weeks to follow. And that's the happy team out here. Afzal on the far left, the national record holder. Malifi from South Africa, now with Shannon.
I have with me the winner of our men's 800, Molifi Mohami. Talk to us about that race. You were in the pack, you settled in, and then you made a hard push over the last 300 meters. Was that your strategy? How did you approach today?
Actually, for today, I just went. I wanted to see what will the body be able to give me. And yeah, I didn't actually think I was going to win this one.
He wanted to see what the body could give him, and it gave him a win at the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver Competition. Have you competed in India before?
No, this is actually my first time here in India, and it's a nice place, I must say. The people are nice as well, and it's just a nice environment to be around.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to our winner of this men's 800-meter competition. His first time in India, and he brings home a win. Congratulations.
Well, Shannon, I'm sure we'll have a lot of talking to do during the course of the evening out here. Richard continues to stay here. In the comm box, joining him is Rupinder Singh.
We may just be about to hear from our second pace athlete. Shannon just trying to get the interviews there, doing a great job. Next up on the track will be the women's 1500 metres. Rupinder will take us through that in a moment. They'll be introduced to the crowd very shortly. The warm-up just underway as well for the women's javelin. That'll be one of the next field events to get started. We are deep into the men's shot put, which is still being led at the moment by the Italian Zane Weir. And I think Shannon is just about ready to speak here with Krishnan Kumar. Maybe not, just the poses with our mascot instead. For those that don't know, can you explain the reason for why we have a turtle as our mascot, Rupinder?
Well, that's particularly the animal that is seen a lot in Odisha, which rains a lot, and I believe certain parts of Odisha are under floods, and there are turtles all over the place there.
So the women's 1500 metres just about to be introduced to the crowd. Slight delay on that.
Thank you.
We've got a lot going on out there. Here's Krishnan.
Personal best, and my personal best 145.88. But again, Asian Games, personal best and gold medal.
Yeah. You heard it, people. Asian Games, personal best, gold medal. He said that out loud right here, and we're going to be cheering him on next month. But first, let's give him another round of applause. He was our second place finisher tonight. Excellent performance all around. Congratulations.
Shannon getting the post-race interviews for us. You see, there's the shots there of the women's javelin throwers just getting ready to get started their competition. That'll get going in around 10 minutes' time, so just going through their warm-ups. This is how the card looks. It's slightly confusing way it's been laid out there, but you can see that the person leading away is actually midway down that table. That's Zane Weir, the Italian, 20 metres and 12 centimetres. Chuck Anokwachi sits in second place, the Commonwealth champion, 19 metres 96. We saw him deliberately foul in round 3, just because of the conditions. There we go. A lot more clearer for you now. And William Dourado, the Brazilian, who's got plenty of international experience, seen him at major championships before, 19 metres 86. The best of the home athletes at the moment, Tajendra Singh Tour, 19 metres 58. We know Rupinder is capable of a lot more than that, and he'll be wanting to go over 20 metres. And so far, we haven't actually seen a lot of the athletes get to their best yet. We only see one throw over 20.
Yes, definitely. And Tajendra Pal Tour, with a best of 21.77, has been underperforming this year. Got a best of 20.58, reached the finals at the Commonwealth Games, but hasn't really been at the peak of his form. Samardeep Singhal and Karandeep are also two who are pushing him. In fact, at the national championships here, Karandeep was first, and Tour finished way down.
Well, here is Samardeep Singh Gill, 19 metres 33, his best so far. That leaves him in 6th place. He has been in the form of his life this season, 20 metres 40. And if he can replicate that again here, then he'll move into the lead. Positive self-talk from Gill as we move into the second half of this competition. It's going to drop short of 19 metres, so not the improvement that he wanted. Maybe not quite getting the footwork. Doesn't want that recorded either, so steps outside the circle. Wanting to ignore that one. Now, we have lost, of course, 3 athletes. It's Alma Hadawi, who's gone. Also, the 2 Nepalese athletes, Tilak Bahadur and Rai Bahadur Shahi. They have both exited the competition. There's Karanveer Singh.
Karanveer Singh actually upset both Tour and Samardeep in the interstate national championships held here end of June. Did not get the nod for the Commonwealth Games.
You can see him there, Rupinder. He's applying plenty of the chalk to his hands, the slippy air conditions.
Absolutely. Very tough for these field eventers when it rains. As you were describing earlier, the World Championships ended with that fabulous Daniel Stahl throwing over 70 meters in those conditions where people were slipping all over the place.
Yeah, I was there for that, Rupinder, and it was just the most extraordinary night. We didn't even know if we were going to be able to have the competition at one point. It was touch and go. The unprecedented situation where it was right at the end of the schedule as well. Here is Tour, trying to move into the top 3. He's got a best so far of 19 metres 58. That's going to drop a little bit short of 20 metres. I wonder as well there whether that's actually going to be quite similar actually to that first round throw. But at least after the 2 fouls, moving back towards the right direction.
Absolutely. And his body language seems to be saying, take it easy, I'll be there. And now the 1500 meters for women, in which the 2 favorites are the young girl running in front, Lily Das, the diminutive, versatile runner. She runs from 1500 up to the 25 kilometers. She's been a nation junior champion. She was 4th at the 2025 Asian Championships. Of course, the more favorite girl today, behind her, Pooja, who's a best of 4:09, who was the Asian Championship silver medalist. And then we've got the Mauritius girl, Sonia Sunoon, 2 Nepalese, 1 Sri Lankan. Lily in the lead. Gone through in 68 seconds for the first lap, 3 3/4 laps. It was changed at the Commonwealth Games to the more famous mile. And now we are back here on familiar territory. 1500 meters is what these girls will be aiming for at the Asian Games. Lily Das followed by Pooja. The 2 favorites in this event. India's top star Ankita Dhyani is training in the US with Scott Simmons.
I think Pooja is just playing a very sensible race here, Rupinder, just sitting on the shoulders, waiting and letting Lily Das do all the work. She's the class athlete in this field, Pooja, the only athlete that's under 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And I think it's just about holding her nerve, waiting for the kick. At the moment, everything's very, very comfortable for her. They're strung out, but any one of these 4 are in contention.
In contrast, Lily realizes her only chance of winning is in the earlier laps, and she's making an effort, a brave effort. It's always very difficult to start in the lead and finish in the lead, something which we saw phenomenally done by Daniel Rudisha at the 2012 Olympics and still holding the record.
Yeah.
But Pooja doing the sensible thing. She knows she's the favorite. She's got a better kick than Lily, so she doesn't need to worry now.
Looking very comfortable here. Pooja behind Lily Das, but don't count out Das. Lifetime best of 4:10 herself, of course, not been in that shape this season. 10 seconds or so the difference between these 2 this season. But now it's just down to 3. So Lily Das still leading the way. Pooja still very happy just to sit on the shoulder here, and those long legs, the long strides will really come to the fore now as we approach the final lap.
Absolutely. And now the moot point is, when does Pooja go? Does she want a good timing, or is she happy with being the gold medal winner tonight? The time is 3:29 as they cross 1200. So she's not capable of doing a 40 seconds in the last.
It's not going to be
300.
not going to be a quick time, is it? But this is when Pooja can really start to take control. And has Lily Das got anything left as they approach the final 200 meters?
Absolutely. It's almost a David and Goliath affair, with Lily inches shorter than Pooja. Not having the speed, having shifted a lot to half marathons and 25 kilometers, which are more paying events in India currently.
Well, it's a very comfortable victory, isn't it, for Pooja? Let's everyone else do the work and bring it home for not a quick time, the unofficial time just outside 4 minutes and 17 seconds. So, I mean, well within her capability. She made it look easy as well. It's not about running a quick time today. It's all about the bigger goals you've got coming up, the Asian Games. You've got other big events too. And Pooja with a busy schedule to come out. Just a really good hit out in front of a home crowd here.
But Lily Das, brave race by her, and looks like she's just gone below her season's best. 4:17.18 first, We'll await the timing. 4:19 was the best before today.
I think you can look at that as a really honest race from Lily Das. I mean, she was absolutely gunning for that quick time, wasn't she? For Pooja, it was all about the win. Those are two very different mindsets you've got from two athletes there. Pooja just wanted to come here, get the W, whereas for Lily Das, it's all about trying to use the strength of the opponents you've got with you to try and drag you through. And you can see some of the athletes absolutely spent, still lying on the track, looking to try and get over a big physical exertion from them. But it just shows, I think, that the excitement you've got around Pooja. I mean, she'd love to edge closer to the 4 minutes. That's when you get to the world-class level, where you can sort of talk about yourself being a contender to get in some of those gold meetings, maybe beyond the sort of periphery of the Diamond Leagues. And, you know, to the age of just 24, I think, Pooja, she's got plenty of time to dip below those 4 minutes. I mean, look at Georgia Hunter-Bell, for example. She's in her 30s, only just gone full-time, and she's now dominating the 1,500 metres at the moment, with Faith Kipyegon now injured. Back to the shot put then, and this is into round 5. Samardeep Singh Gill with his 5th attempt. Just about touching the tape with 19 metres. 19 metres 33, his best so far. That's put him in 6th place. I can tell you in 8th place is Sanyam Sanjay at the moment. Aidan Smith is in 7th. He's got 2 fouls of his last 2 rounds. Leading the way still is Zane Weir ahead of Anekwache and Dorada. So no mark in the end for Gill.
James.
I feel good and good.
How do you like it? She feels good. She's ready, guys. Next month, Asian Games in Japan. Let's give a round of applause for Pooja, your winner of the women's 1,500 meters.
I love that from Shannon. Shannon Robury there. 1,500 metres, Olympic medalist herself.
Let's hear from you about this race and what your goal was coming in.
I try my personal best, but weather is very humid. But I will try my best.
And that's all you can hope for, right? You try your best, you put yourself in it, you led most of that race. What's up next for you?
Next Asian Games.
Guys, this is such an exciting moment. We're seeing so much of the talent that we'll be watching at the Asian Championships next month. Let's give another round of applause for our women in this 1,500 meter race. Congratulations.
No one understands the pain more of a 1,500 metres than Shannon Robury, and not often you see the interviewer crouch down to the level of the athletes who are still trying to get their breath back, but Shannon knows exactly how they feel, and it's not making them get up anytime soon. So great work. Good to hear from both Pooja and Lidas.
Absolutely. Wonderful race. It was. Lily brave, taking the lead, making her effort. Pooja honest enough, waiting for the last lap to impose herself and win the gold medal.
So back to the shot put. We're in round 5. This is William Dorado, who's now dropped out of the top 3, down to 5th place, 19 metres 86. So we've actually just missed that Tandapol Singh Tour go over 20 metres. And Dorado trying to join them. And that's not going to be far off 20 metres. So Zane Weir, whilst we've been away, has improved to 20 metres and 47 centimetres. Sitting in 2nd place is Karanveer Singh, up to 20 metres and 6 centimetres in 5th place. And Tor in 3rd place with 20 metres and 3 centimetres. So Anekwache, the Commonwealth champion, here he is. Remember, he deliberately skipped round 3 because of the conditions, then came back for 19 metres 82, looking to improve here. And it might just be around the 20 metre mark, but touch and go. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to overtake Zane Weir, who will be next up in the circle, the European silver medalist.
Interesting point you made, Rich. Even in shot put, you make tactical decisions. I thought it was all about 1,500, 5,000, 800. But yes, you do that even in the field events, high jumps, long jumps. And here today, we've seen a masterclass from the Nigerian, hopefully getting into the medals.
Look at
yes,
that.
he's got 20.00.
Not quite good enough yet, though, to move into the top three. So the quality of this competition is really starting to ramp up, which is great to see. You often see this in the throws, don't you? Where they're going through the gears, it's ramping up. But here is the leader, Zane Weir. He's in good form. Only last week in Birmingham, he was stepping up onto the podium at the European Championships. He's made the long trip here. The South African-born Italian had to settle for second behind his Italian teammate, Leonardo Fabri, the world leader. But going well here and looking to improve on 20 meters 47. It's a decent lead he's got so far. And that's not going to be an improvement from the Italian. So 20.47 will continue to be the mark that leads the way as we head into the closing stages, as we head into the final round.
This is exactly, Rich, what the Indians benefit from on a Silver Continental Tour. They've got Enekreich experience to learn from. They've got the Italian leading them, and they're pushing all the way through. Karandeep Tour making the best of it, going above 20, and now looking to narrow the gap.
Before we head into the final round, just to let you know about the results of the high jump. It was won by Supriya, 1 meter 75 ahead of Manshi and Reed Rator. So I think the conditions playing a little bit of havoc with that one. As we head to the women's long jump, which is just getting started here.
And this is the darling of the crowd. In June, she broke a 22-year-old record. Ansi Sojan beating the legendary Anju Bobby George, jumping 6.88. Now looking well set to try and up her silver medal at the Asian Games in September. She gets a white flag. Ansi Sojan has been at the silver medal level at the Asian Championships last year, at the last Asian Games, and she's looking to up herself. It was unfortunate that her jump came a little bit too late to get a selection. Otherwise, she would have been a medalist at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow.
So this is the start of the women's javelin. So the long jump is underway. Ansi Sojan with 6 meters 51 to get started. And here is the lineup then for the women's javelin. The men's event to come near the back end of the program. That's Jana Chowdhury, 7th of the national championships. Rashmi, who's thrown a lifetime best of 56 meters 15 this season. And into the international athletes, Zushalene de Lima, the Brazilian, 62 meters 89 at best, 61.47 this season. World Championship finalist, an 8-time national champion. Deepika, the junior record holder for India. Nima Chowdhury is due to go at 8. Just coming away from the lineup here. Hopefully we can bring you back to them. Just want to double check that we're not announcing people who are not here. Madhawanti of Sri Lanka. One of the late entries here is Chatakala Magade of Nepal. And Dilhani Makamge of Sri Lanka. The Asian Games silver medalist behind Anurani, who I think we just missed, or maybe just got caught at the start of as we were coming to those introductions. But very sure we saw her there. Right, Anurani is here. You caught a glimpse of her, didn't you? We got to the instructions a little bit late, didn't we?
Yeah.
So Anurani, of course, the Asian Games champion, and it was Makange finished just behind her. So all set for thrilling competition in the javelin, which is just about to get going. They've been out there warming up now for the last 20 minutes or so. Next up on the track will be the women's 100 meters. Once again, we'll have an A and a B final. It doesn't mean better or worse, by the way, just that's how they've been seeded. Cheers you can hear in the background for the start of the javelin. And this is Shali Singh. Cheers, Rimpi Burgohain, sorry, apologies. I'll let you take this through this, Rupinder.
Yes, Rimpi Burgohain, one of the up-and-coming youngsters. Long jump in the woman is really catching up in India, and we've got at least 8 people above 6 meters. 6:42 is the best of Burgohain. And this is a track where the long jumpers, both in the men and the women, have done magnificently. When they left for the Commonwealth Games, Murli Srishankar jumped 8.38 here.
Just to bring you up to date with what's going on so far, though, in this competition. Leading the way is Ansi Sarjan, 6 meters 51, ahead of Sina Mohammed, 6:24 for her. Is only 1 centimeter ahead of Kusama Rabada. We're into round 2. Red flag. You hear the crowd in the background. That's because Anu Rani has just taken her first attempt, 55 meters and 39. The Indian crowd so well educated in javelin. Just, you know, the prestige Indian javelin throwing has leading the world scene. Here's Sanjana Chowdhury with her first attempts.
She's an up-and-coming youngster, and she's been prominent in the national circuit, getting the better of Anu Rani on many an occasion. Anu will be looking for a revenge today.
Interesting last year at the Chopra Classic, Rupinder, about the conversation was about trying to take athletics beyond javelin, but you can hear that the crowds are most excited about seeing it. It's a spectacular sight, isn't it, watching the javelin fly through the air inside the stadium?
Absolutely. And what a competition it was. And it started off the career of Pathirage, who came third there and now is the dominant force.
The 100-meter runners are just starting to get their preparations going. 2 women's races to come. Just doing through their warm-up now. We'll bring you the lineups for those shortly. As we see De Lima, the Brazilian, with her first attempts. And sails just short of the 60-meter mark. Around about 56, 57 centimeters for De Lima.
60 meters proving to be elusive for the woman today in the discus. 2 of them were clearly above in their previous best, but today 58.3 was enough for her to win. Deepika, the youngster from Haryana. Just short of 50 meters. India's javelin factory is really on work. We've got 2 youngsters here today, Deepika and Sanjana Chowdhury, to add to Anu Rani and continue the tradition that has been set by Neeraj Chopra. We had an under 23 gold medalist at the Asian Championships. We had an under 20 world champion silver medal. So it's all through that we are getting good results. And of course, we had the bronze medalist behind Neeraj, who will be in action later tonight.
Yeah, stellar lineup in the men's javelin coming, and even more impressive with the fact there was a Diamond League javelin last night. That we have such a strong lineup here in Bhubaneswar. This is Dhanasi Ake of Sri Lanka with her first attempt, short of 50 metres.
Yes, last night for all the Indian fans, a thriller. Neeraj coming back, improving a huge season's best and just losing out by 9 centimeters to the world lead this year, but garnering enough points and looking to that ultimate championships where the World Athletics President wants to present something ultimate for the athletes. And guess what? Who will be opening the anthem? It's a song from Mondo Duplantis.
It's up to you
the
whether
man
you
who's
think...
broken world record 15 times and won in Lausanne with 6:21.
Yeah, he's making it look easy all the time, isn't he? Up to you whether you think that song is any good or not. But he's done it anyway. He's actually got a really snappy, quite catchy number that he released a few months ago. To continue with this javelin competition, we can bring up to date with the men's shot put in just a moment. It's all over there, and I can tell you there's been some drama. Fortunately, we've not been able to catch it. Apologies for that. But it's Chuck Anikwetchi in the end who won the men's shot put. A clutch throw of 20 metres 78 in round 6 to beat Zane Weir, who couldn't respond. 20 metres 47 was his best. 20:31 is all he managed in the second attempt. As we watch Dahani Lakamgi, one of the favourites for the win here today. And throws, well, just short of 60 metres. That will be brought back slightly. Just about to get underway with the first of the women's 100 metre throws as well. We are rattling through this first round of the javelin. A reminder that at the halfway mark we will lose some athletes. We'll go down to 8 for the final 3 rounds.
So another thriller from the shot put with a last effort by the Commonwealth Games champion, helping him clinch the gold, and the Indians benefiting from the exposure both to the Nigerian and the Italian who were ahead of them.
So Daniela Nishimura into round 2 was able to clear 50 metres in the first round. Not done it that time. 3rd place at the South American Championships last year. We'll be heading very shortly to the first of these women's 100 metre races.
Karishma Sanil with a no mark in a first throw will be looking to get one on the board. And she comes close to 50 metres, which should ensure that she gets into the top 8 for the final 3 throws. And here is the darling of the crowd. Anu Rani. Asian Games gold, a bronze at the Commonwealth Games in 2022. Looking to cross that 60-metre mark. No, well shot. That looks slightly less than the first one.
So here we go. Here is the first of the 2 100-metre races. There is Amasha De Silva of Sri Lanka in lane 5. Fatima Shafia Yamik in lane 6. We are just going back through here. So Shradani and Nanda, a 35-year-old from Odisha. And in lane 2 is Jayarani Taru. So we've got an empty lane here in lane 3, it would seem. Liana Pama from the Philippines is not there. So she has not shown. Let's have a look at lane 6 as well. I think maybe lane 7. Lane 7 appears to be empty. That's Dana Hussain who's not here. And lane 8, Nitya Gandhi is there. So we have, my count, 5 athletes in this race. So in lane 2 is Taru. 2 races, best time wins out of the 2. And they get away first time. It's a fairly even start. Look at Nanda streaking away, but they're coming back strongly and coming through into lane 6. It's Fatima Shafia Yannick, the Sri Lankan, who comes through in 11:70 unofficial time. We'll get that rounded up for an official time for you, and that will be the mark to beat. So our apologies, we weren't able to run through the full lineup for you and just get a real gauge as to who was there and who wasn't. But it's victory in the end for Yamik. 11:71 the official time in the end. Nanda, who made that great start, she flew out the blocks. But it was Yamik who came back strong. And Amasha De Silva completing the top 3, 11:92 her finish time. But a really impressive start from Nanda. But wasn't able to maintain that in that final 50.
Well, she's the home favourite here. Born and brought up in Orissa at the stadium, training at the High Performance Centre, has been running for long. And she just loves her running, came out flying and really raised the hopes of the hometown, but pipped at the end.
Back over to the long jump. And a foul there for Shali Singh. No mark in round 1 either. So she's under a bit of pressure here. Is Singh. The second of the 2 100-meter races will get started in just over 10 minutes' time. Hoping for a strong lineup there. Going, well, due to go, we would hope, is Crystal Amua, who is the favourite for the overall win in the women's 100 metres, the British athlete. He's recently been part of the European gold medal winning 4x100 metre relay team at the European Championships. She ran in round 1, wasn't able to keep her place in the final. It's a stacked lineup. Great Britain had a wealth of options, but comes here with a gold, having played her part in round 1. So we're just about ready to continue on with this long jump competition.
Burgoyne with a good first jump of 5.86, looking to improve on that one. Lacks in inches, but stoutly built girl. Has the power, needs a little bit of more speed in her approach run. Has a best of 6:42. Pretty consistent jumping, 5.86 and 5.79 for her first 2 attempts.
This is Ranat Kala of Sri Lanka. As we switch back to the javelin. I believe that was that Uma Chowdhury. We just saw with her second attempt. So I'll do our best to try and keep you across exactly what's happening in terms of the overall standings. I can tell you that in the javelin, leading the way at the moment is Josselini Salyaj Lima, 56 meters 68, but only leading by 6 centimeters or so, ahead of Delhani Lakamgi, and Anurani sits in 3rd place. Open up with a 55.39. Santi Sandayakie, just short of 50 metres. Very similar to her first effort, it would seem, 47.73 to start with. That's not going to be a million miles away from that first attempt.
Harshani Madhuvant of Sri Lanka. First attempt a poor 44.05. Looking to improve. Getting closer. Looks like 46 plus this time. Women's javelin throw being led by Jusceil Sales Dilemma from Brazil. Chandrakala of Nepal. Gets on the board after a foul throw.
Just watching the men's shot putters are making their way off of the infield. The men's high jumpers just going through their warm-ups. The women's long jump well underway. It's javelin into round two. Dohani Bakamge. And that, again, looks fairly similar to her first attempt. 56 meters 62 to start with. They really are flying through this competition in the women's javelin. No hanging about. As the women's 100-meter runners just being introduced to the crowd.
Current leader in the javelin from Brazil. Indians only know that Brazil play football, but we have a wonderful set of athletes here at the Silver Continental meet to set that right. That's a poor throw, just below 50.
Karishma looking to break 50 meters, just falling short. Again, here's a theme we're seeing today. Not much of an improvement from these athletes, but if you're winning awards for consistency, then a lot of them will be in a very hotly contested competition today. Again, it's a shame we saw it in the men's shot put. You can see right at the end, unfortunately we missed that final round from Chukak and Ekwechi, but you can just turn it all around right at the end. Just pull something out of the bag when you need it. Those clutch throws. That's why some of the really experienced athletes, and here is one of them, can put it out of the bag just when they need to. Anu Rani sits in third. Just died, that one. It flew up into the sky. There is a slight following wind. Just looking at that windsock, you can see just a little glimpse of it there. Not much of a breeze out there, but they do have favourable conditions, I would say. It's not going to absolutely fly. The rain has stopped.
Anjana just behind Anu, fourth place. She's the youngster looking to take over from Anu Rani. This one just above 50 meters, so no improvement for her too. Conditions made it difficult in the discus throw. Javelin should be slightly better. Rashmi getting another throw just above 50. Again, more or less consistent.
There is Jusceline de Lima the Brazilian, the leader. Oh, that flew. And that looks better from De Lima. Closer to around the 58 metre mark, you would think. 56.68 to start with.
Finally, the throwers getting into their own.
Yeah.
That looks like the best throw of the evening. And it is 57.46. The youngster Deepika from Haryana, from the Javelin Academy based there, which produces most of the throwers, struggling today.
So it's De Lima improving on her lead. She's now out in front by almost an entire metre. Umba Chowdhury, 5th place. Very consistent with her first 2 throws. And she's going to drop a little bit short of those 2 opening attempts.
So it keeps Anu Rani 3rd, Sanjana Chowdhury 4th and Uma Chowdhury 5th, currently behind the Brazilian who leads.
Asante Dissanayake looking to break 50 metres, not going to do it again. So 47 high, 48 mids for the second attempt, and I wonder whether we might fall somewhere between the 2 in that 3rd attempt.
Consistency at its best, 47.73, 48.58 and 48.11. Currently lying 9th in this competition, needs to improve a little bit to qualify.
So that's Matawante. Again, way short of 50 metres, not going to be an improvement for her. And she will not be progressing through this competition. They're starting to become a lot more obvious now, the athletes that are dropping out. Right, so we're going to go to the next 100 metre race. There is Avinaya Ajarajan. Lifetime best of 11.54, very close to that. Now on the outside of her will be Tamana. Looks like the Brit Crystal Awua is not there. So the Yurachi is. There is Harita Badra.
She's been the dominant Indian sprinter this year, winning the Indo 60, then repeating that in the 100 meters. She trained at Loughborough, Rich, and looking in impressive form. And Jyoti will be looking to take some of the revenge that she lost out in the hurdles. Jyoti has been impressive, versatile, doing the 100s, 200s, in addition to the 100 hurdles, which is something I appreciate in Indian athletics. They must develop into more versatile athletes, like Femke Ball,
yes,
or Sydney McLaughlin, challenging themselves always under new conditions.
So in lane 1 we'll have Tamana, and then Avinaya Rajarajan in lane 2. Lane 3 is going to be empty. Jyoti, as you said, finished third in the 100 metre hurdles a little bit later on. Lanes 5 and 6 also appear to be empty. So no Ambisha of South Africa. No Giridharani as well in lane 6. So in lane 7, Harita Badra, 11.55, her lifetime best set in May. And Sneha Shanavali in lane 8. So slightly depleted lineup. Very much about the home athletes here. the teenager, Rajarajan in lane 2, 19 years old. Tamara on the outside of her. Pressure a little bit here on Jyoti Iraji, despite the fact she's already run once today. Comes into this arguably as the favourite, and she's got no one either side of her, so it's quite hard to judge with her peripheral vision just where she is in this race. She's got to run her own race. They settle down. Well, they're waiting first time, and Iraji left in her blocks a little bit there. Tamana started out well, and Jiraji's actually pulled up there, and Rajarajan looks like she's going to come through for the win in lane 2. She does. 11:32 the winning time, and that's a real shame for Jyoti Iraji. Took the risk with the 2 races today, but it all belongs to Abhinaya Rajarajan, who celebrates with the Su impression from Cristiano Ronaldo. We've seen it for a couple of decades now, and Rajarajan enjoying herself in front of this crowd. 11:34, the official winning time. It was Badra who got second place, 11:46, and Shanabadi in third, 11:56. But no shows from Crystal Awawa, Jobiale Ambisha, and Gitarani. But that's a real concern, isn't it, in terms of Iraji? You need to see that replay again, exactly what happened, but it looked like that classic hamstring.
But great story for Rangaraja. She's been out the whole season due to injury, just recently come back into running, and today she produced the ultimate. And there you go with the Ronaldo celebration.
Done it again.
This girl, Rich, I've been telling her since last year where she won again in the bronze meet, that she can easily beat Jyoti Iraji if she takes up to the 100 hurdles. And of course, ultimately aim to erase PT Usha's 400-meter hurdles record. Look at her physique, look at her talent.
Where we have
Let's hear from her.
winner and new stadium record holder from tonight's 100-meter race, Rajarajan. Talk to me about that hard charge at the end. You were so fast I could barely see you. How do you feel out there?
Actually, I'm coming back from my injury after 6 months. I'm coming back and running in our country, and also it's under 20 national record. Now I'm also under 20 national record holder, and I'm so happy. Thank you, my physio Priyam sir and my coach. Most of all, my dad. He's my biggest supporter. Thank you, guys.
The future of our sport in India. The U20 record, the stadium record. Let's give another round of applause for Rajarajan.
Yes, congratulations to Abhinaya Rajarajan.
Hello,
And,
congratulations.
we're going to hear now from
We have
Harita
our
Badra.
second place finisher, Harita Badra. That was a quick finish, lots of changes of lead. How did it feel going into this race, and what are you looking forward to next?
I was just really open-minded going into this race because it's like a preparation for my Asian Games. So I wasn't really thinking so much. I was just considering as a preparation because I still have 1 more month of training to peak. But I'm really happy still I could get away with a PB, so I'm happy with that.
Coming away with a PB, coming in thinking it's just part of preparation, already personal best, big things to come in the Asian Games. Congratulations tonight.
Not very exciting there with the stadium record. It's Uma Chowdhury, and look at that, the javelin absolutely dying there, just dropping over the 50-meter mark. But Chowdhury, who sits in 6th place, this is into round 4, by the way. It's the Lima who's still leading the way, 57.46. Lakamge in 2nd place, 57.27, and Anurani with that first attempt of 55.39 sits in 3rd. Sanjaya Chowdhury throwing 55.22 this season. 53.89 her best so far. That's pretty much touched the tape on the 50-meter line. So won't be an improvement for Chowdhury, who has managed 3 legal throws already today. Just needs to find that extra bit of distance. Here's the athlete that so many have come to see today. Anu Irani sits in 3rd place. That's not where she wants to be. 55.39, her best attempt so far, needs to be 57.46. And she just ducks out of that right at the last minute. And she stepped over a line as well, so it is a red flag. Doesn't have any time left. Completely fooled the camera. So just watching down on the... I also often quite likes just to watch down on the infield and switch back to the screen. The camera was fooled, but she just stopped dead. And just something wasn't quite right with the run up there for Rani. So no mark in round 4.
We're now shifting to, well, that's not Jyoti Anurani. We're now back to the Sri Lankan. 57.27. She's improved with every outing. Sri Lankans obviously, yes, 56.2. She's in 2nd place now. I did mention to Richard earlier on if the performance of Ramesh Patirage over the last few. He was here at Ranchi last year in the Federation Cup, in the South Asian Athletic Meet, where he won the gold. But surely the Sri Lankans, 56.62, down a wee bit, and once again to 56.77. But that 57.27 keeps her in position number 2 out here.
So back to Jusceline de Lima, the Brazilian, who leads the way still. She's really getting into her stride. That looked like it could have gone big, but it just hung up in the air. Drops out to the night sky. It will be around a similar kind of distance that we've seen so far from de Lima, those 56, 57s. Yet to see anyone really threaten the 60s. Still plenty of time in this penultimate round. So we go back round again.
Karishma Sanil, the 2 X's against her name. She's got 49.87. Back to the Brazilian now. We've got 2 of them out here. Daniela Nishimura and the second of them from Brazil, Lima. A silver medalist at the 2026 Ibero-American Championship. 60.27 in 2025. She's looking to that figure right now. Into the skies, taking the pace off. For a moment I thought it was going to be a monster of a throw, the way she got her shoulder there. The intensity, the visual and the explosion came about from her. That's Rashmi coming up now, Andhra Pradesh, 2026 Fed Cup bronze medalist. 56.15 is her best. She's nowhere close to that figure here, 50.95 at the 4th. Building up that steam down the runway there, flat. Obviously that's not going to get her the momentum at all. She did try to focus on the acceleration phase. So she stays at 50.95.
So Uma Chowdhury in the last round. Very consistent card in the 5th round, excuse me. And short of 50 meters again. Look at that, 52, 52, 50, 50. She's going backwards and she's now dipped below the 50 meters. Not the direction she wants to be traveling in. It's penultimate round of the competition.
Richard, once again an event at the world level where the record has not been broken for 20 years. Obviously records are meant to be broken, as Anju Bobby George mentioned in that chat with us in the afternoon.
I'll tell you what though, I think it's going to go soon. Chowdhury, come back to that in a minute. And best of 53 high. That's not going to be an improvement on that from Chowdhury in this penultimate round. Yes, I don't know how much you've seen of Yan Zhiyi, the teenage Chinese athlete. She is a remarkable talent. In fact, she was throwing some of the best throws in the world last year, but wasn't actually old enough to compete in the World Championships, which is just crazy, really. She's throwing 71 meters 74 this season. It's only around 50 centimeters from that world record, which was set by Barbora Spotokova in 2008, and I just don't think it's going to last much longer the way she is going.
Down the runway, gets the momentum, gets the elevation out there, but not good enough to get anywhere close to that 63.82. Comes from a village in Haryana, came up the hard way like a lot of these athletes, the women athletes in particular. Her best has been 57.27. I'm surely she's going to be disappointed. Lying in position number 4. That's the girl now. Will she break the shackles to get to number 1? Will she get the better of 57.27? That's the big question. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Is that good enough? Yes, the crowd goes up there in unison. That's a big one, Richard.
I think that might just about be good enough to overtake this woman here. Joscelini de Lima of Brazil, 57 meters 46. Is it going to be better? It is. Just short of 59 meters for Lakamge, and she goes into the lead now, puts the pressure all on de Lima, who has 2 attempts left.
Relaxed posture, she goes into that, smooth. Once again, well, they're all getting close to that mark out there. Clearly a very tension-free approach coming from her. And then the hit that we just saw there at the release. That transfer came about in good time from the power of the body to the spear at the last moment. 57.79 pushes her to number 2.
We've got the men's 100 meters coming up shortly. We saw stadium records in the women's race in that second of the 2 races, and a similar format here, 2 men's 100 meters, and the best overall time will be crowned the winner. We'll bring you that in a few moments time. Here is how things are looking with 1 round left to go then, and at the top of the leaderboard, Dilhani Lakamge, the Sri Lankan, just ahead of Joscelini de Lima. Anurani has some work to do, 3 rounds with no mark. But can she pull something out of the bag right at the last moment to try and take top spot? So we're heading to the first of the 2 men's 100 meters. And there is Josiah John, the Australian. He'll go from lane 2. A couple of absences, so we'll bring you up to date with those in a few moments as we go through this lineup. Josiah John, the Aussie, is a late entry here. Dinesh Vivaratna of Sri Lanka, 10:33 his best set this season. Lane 4 is empty. Tarasu Santal Kumar is in lane 5. There is Malham Al-Bulushi from Oman. Pranav Guav will go in lane 7. Lane 8 is empty. So no Daniel Ofaya, who was meant to be there. And in lane 9, Pravin Rana. There he is. Rana, he's run a 10.82. Watch out for those middle lanes though. So Mohim Al-Balushi, 10.22, his lifetime best 10.28 this season. We have due to have another Al Belushi go in the next race. 5. Central Kumar. 10:22 lifetime best. He's just outside of that this season. So a reminder, the best time from these 2 races will be crowned the winner. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2 will be John of Australia. Weeraratne of Sri Lanka goes in 3. Lane 4 is empty. Senthil Kumar in 5. Al Belushi in 6. Gaurav in 7. Lane 8 is empty. And it's Rana in lane 9. That is, well, obvious false start from Gaurav. If the gun went off, just struggling to hear what's the sound inside the crowd. I think they might have been told to stand up, actually. So much noise going on because of the long jump right in front of all the mainly school children out on the far side, and just getting a little bit overexcited. So these are one of those things, aren't they? This is a new high-level athletics event here. It's also about learning the etiquette, and that's fine. It's just something you have to get used to, but to quieten down just when you need to get these sprints underway. I've seen a green card given to all of the athletes.
Just imagine the patience that they need to have, isn't it?
Yes, and they would be wanting to go through their warm-up routines, and they're not able to do that right now. In fact, you wonder whether sometimes you wonder whether there could be a little bit of common sense here, and they let the athletes sort of warm up on the back straight, especially because there's nothing going on at the moment. They might have just gone back out to the back, head out to around the warm-up area, and just going through that again. They'll come back in through to the call room. But yes, you're absolutely right. The protests, the arguments are still ongoing here, and you feel also for the innocent parties in this race as well. I mean, I've got to say, very impressed by Prabin Rana. He's basically just sat there on the blocks the whole time. He wants to keep his body moving a little bit. It's not cold out there or anything, but he'll want to make sure that he's going through his warm-up. See Al Belushi here, just going through a few strides, just to make sure he's going to tighten up. We don't want to see any hamstrings go, because you have warmed up, you start to stiffen a little bit, because remember, the last half an hour, 45 minutes, they've been going through little drills, strides, getting their body woken up. You don't want to start to cool down again. It's not just about the heat out there, it's about making sure you're getting your body moving.
I remember the indoor stadium just behind us, 100 meters away. Last year in the 60 meters dash, there were 8 starters. 5 of them got disqualified over 17 minutes. Only 3 then were left in the end.
Well, it looks like Josiah John has accepted his punishment. And that's a little bit of a surprise, actually. He's not going to take any further part. So we are getting settled ready again. We've seen the red and black cards shown to Gaurav already. He's still there running under protest. So we know that's been confirmed. Josiah John has gone. And again, you feel for him. So lane 2 is now empty. Dineth Weeraratne of Sri Lanka will go in lane 3. In lane 5, Senthil Kumar. In lane 6, Malham Al Belushi. In 7, Pranav Gaurav. Remember, he has been shown that card. Lane 8 is empty. And in lane 9, Prabin Rana. The first of 2 men's 100 meters. This time they are away cleanly, and it's a good start on the outside from Senthil Kumar. And here goes Weeraratne. Weeraratne leading the way, but Al Belushi's trying to close him down. It'll be close on the line, but it will be Weeraratne, who had no one either side of him. He just had to focus on himself. 10:23, the unofficial winning time. And that's the mark to beat. It's been made official with 10:27. And Al Belushi coming through for 10:33. And Weeraratne flew out the blocks. I thought Al Belushi might be able to catch it at one point. Senthil Kumar also started well, but faded fairly quickly. And it's Gaurav who gets the 3rd place, but does he? And we'll find out very shortly when we get the official results, when they're all poured over. But from the original start list, we've got 1 disqualification. We may have another one through Pranav Gaurav. That argument will continue on. The coaches will be making their case to the officials. 3 didn't start the race. Josiah John, of course, went. But it is Dineth Weeraratne of Sri Lanka who takes the win, 10:27, and that is the time to beat for the second of the 2 100-meter races. So just to mark your card about what we've got coming up for you, as well as that second of the two 100 metres, we have the women's 400 metres coming in around 20-25 minutes or so. The men's long jump and the men's javelin. As we go back to the women's long jump, we're into the final round here.
Basina, who was third behind Sojan and Shaili in the national championships, comes from an island, Lakshadweep. So India's athletics doing well, spreading the length and breadth of the country.
Winner of race A for that men's 100.
Very difficult to judge if it was.
Can you talk to us about what it was like down there
She's
and how
got
you
the
kept
white
your
flag.
cool, even though
She
you had to start
improved
the
on a
race 3 times?
6:24.
So it's really hard, and it was really hard because we were like standing there for a long time because most of them protested because there was a lot of sound there. But yeah, it's my personal best. I really enjoyed it, and thank you.
Personal best despite all those obstacles. What's up next for you?
So I'm mainly focusing on my Asian Games, and yeah, I like to run the PB in Asian Games as well.
Well, PB with a month to go till those Asian Games. Let's give a round of applause for Weeraratne of Sri Lanka, your winner of race A in the men's 100 meters.
So that was Dineth Weeraratne, the winner of the first race, 10:27. And that's the time to beat. We'll see the men for the second race come out in a few moments' time, just moments away from that. So again, we're going to check on who will be there. It's the final round of the women's long jump. Led, as things stand, by Ansi Sojan, 6 meters 71. Was that Bhavani? So it's Ansi Sojan who leads the way, 6.71. That's ahead of Shali Singh, 6.56. He started the competition fairly poorly, but has managed to bring things back when she did a very decent jump in round 3. And it's Mohsina Mohammed who sits in third place. But here is Kusuma Bavada.
Strongly built Kusuma. Andhra Pradesh. Looking to get into the mix. Ansi Sojan, Shaili Singh clearly leading the way. Strides. Gets in a good jump.
Here in the background is the men being introduced for the second of the two 100-meter races. We'll get to that in just a moment. That's one of the events that the crowd have come to see. Guiding you through that in just a moment. But big jump here.
Positions continue to be the same like the nationals. Ansi first, Shaili second, Mubasina third. Shaili would love to get one back on Ansi Sojan. After all, it's a coach's record that Ansi Sojan broke. Coached by Anju Bobby George. Shaili Singh, another of the promising talents from India. We'll be looking to give herself some confidence before she heads off to Japan for the Asian Games. Smooth run up. Good attack on the board, but just in that attempt to close down on Ansi Sojan, oversteps. And here comes the champ. Not been at her best today. Showed us a fabulous 688 the last time we were here, end of June at the National Championships. 656 today, a leading jump. Silver medalist at the Asian Championships last year and at the last Asian Games. Looking to go one better this time in Japan. Looking to get the crowd involved. Come on, this is the time for you to lift her. There goes Ansi, very strong sprinting. Attacks the board. Is it a clean jump? Yes, it is. 665 has been her best. Is this better?
Something of a victory lap there, wasn't it, for Ansi Sojan? And that, I mean, that's who a lot of people have come to see here, isn't it? You've got the stars, the Indian stars. And now one of the highlights of the whole evening. You can hear the crowd getting excited. They're actually very excited about men's warm-up throws for the javelin. So imagine what it's going to be like when we get to the real thing. So here we go. The second of the two men's 100 metres races. In lane one, Chepo Chantini of South Africa, 10:20, his lifetime best set in April. There are a couple of no-shows, but not many. We've got the big showdown, though, coming up between Goravinder Singh and Animesh Kujar. There is Rai Otago of Japan. Lifetime best of 10:11. On the outside of him is Murazin Fakhmi. We think we saw a bit of Dishwe Melenga there as well. There's Ali Al-Balushi. Lanes 5 and 6 appear to be empty. Ali Al-Balushi is one real regular on the race circuit. It is Melenga there. He's having his bib reattached to his back. There he is, the former world youth champion. There's Ali Al-Balushi. Semi-finals at the World Indoor Championships in the 60 metres in Turin earlier this year. Heats in Paris and Tokyo. 6th at the Asian Championships. There is Gurinder Singh. 10:09, national record holder. They had a little battle between him and this man, Animesh Kujur. 10:40, his lifetime best, and he's been lowering that. Harjit Singh is on the outside of them. Now it's a seesaw battle for the national record between Singh, that's Gurinder Singh, and Animesh Kujur over the last few months. The national record was held by Kujur, 10:18. Gurinder Singh broke it, 10:17. In the next race, Kujur got it back again, 10:15. A day later, Singh went to 10:09, and he's the first Indian athlete who has dropped below 10:10. And then after that, just to make it all the more dramatic, Animesh Kujur ran the quickest time by an Indian athlete ever outside of India with a 10:14 in Germany in July. So it's all nicely set up, but it's not just about those two men. And the calibre of this field could mean that we see another national record potentially tonight. Just having a look at the wind, they might be heading just slightly into a headwind. You see lanes 5 and 6 are empty. No Erasmus, no Koike, who were due to be here. So it's Chantini in 1, Otago in 2, Fakhmi in 3, Melenga in 4. Al-Balushi goes in lane 7. It's Gurinder Singh in lane 8. Kujur in 9. Harjit Singh starts in 10. This stacked second race of the men's 100 metres after the relative chaos of the first race. This time they get away cleanly. And it's a quick start on the outside from Chantini. But Gurinder Singh and Kujo are going well as well. It's going to be Chantini, is it, just on the inside from lane 1. No one was talking about the South African. 10.20, his lifetime best set in April. I think he's gone a lot lower than that. The clock inside the stadium is showing 10.11. We'll wait for the official time, but he's loving that. Chepo Chantini. He's celebrating. We're waiting for the official results to come up, but there will be a battle.
A disappointment from the Indian viewpoint. We were looking at Gurvinder and Animesh Kuju to make the most of this opportunity with sprinters well above their self and to get below that mark of 10.09, and it's still proving elusive. 64 years after the world broke 10 seconds, India is still staggering. Japan, China, Sri Lanka, Philippines have gone below 11.
This is a tense old wait for Chantini. It's the last time to show up, and it has been confirmed as 10.11. And it's a massive lifetime best for the South African. It's taken almost a whole 10th off of that. He finishes ahead of Ali Al-Balushi, such a regular on the Continental Tour. And he goes Raya Targo, who was given third place in the end. So we didn't quite see the battle that we wanted in terms of trying to better those times from Kujur and Singh, but there's been so much talk about them, hasn't there? Let's go down to trackside.
Hello everybody.
Have you raced in India before?
No, it's my first time there.
What do you think so far?
This place is too hot.
Too hot for him, but great performance. Coming home with the win. What's up next for you?
Well, I have 40 games in 2 weeks' time, so I'm looking forward to running a new PB again. But it's a PB though, yeah, I'm really excited.
It might be hot for him, but he brings home a PB. He's got a big competition in 2 weeks' time. Let's give it up for Chantini, who just won our men's race B. Congratulations.
A win then for Chepo Chantini. There's confirmation of the final results. 10.11 the winning time ahead of Ali Al-Balushi and Raya Targo. Ali Al-Balushi is waiting to speak to Shannon down on the track.
Congratulations on your race today. Have you raced in India before?
It's my first time. Thank you for that. Actually, I feel too good to race here. It's first time in my life, but the weather is too hot to tell you. Overheating. I don't know how we managed that, but at least we did something good.
The muscles were warm, the sweat was there, and the crowd, how were they? Did they bring you home?
Some people from warm-up area feeling like cramps. Yeah, but the people here, we have too much people, and I feel like it's like Olympic Games. When I've been in Olympic Games 2024, it was something seems like that, but Olympic Games is different. 65,000 is very huge.
Congratulations. Thank you for giving us a great show tonight. Big round of applause. Ali Al-Balushi.
So we've had a blistering 100 meters, not from the Indian perspective as Rupinder Singh said, but nevertheless, yes, the time will come, surely. Let's look at the positives. Remember Ranchi, as Richard just mentioned, drama over a day and a half. When first it was Gurinder Veer Singh, and then Animesh says, well, I'm going to get back to you. And then Gurinder Veer Singh said, it's my good day today. So we will, I'm sure, get those days once again as far as the sprints are concerned. We all live in hope, don't we, Rupinder?
Definitely. But since then, Gurvinder has been a bit off. He never came for the national championships. He went to the Commonwealth. He was a poor second, 10.39 at Glasgow. And today, once again, a disappointment. But they must compete more and more often with quality sprinters like they did today. So it's a learning curve, and they will learn that there are shades of 10.09. 10.09 when you're winning is easy, But when you're running behind someone who is slightly better, even if it's 10.10, you look like you're struggling. So always difficult to run from behind.
It's been a wonderful Saturday evening here as the Kalinga Stadium bathed in the lights. We had a good crowd out here today. School children who are willing to learn, willing to take up to track and field. When you start off with, we all know of the struggles. Some of them reading about and talking to Pooja a few months ago. Started off using a bamboo as a pole for the high jump, and then with the sacks of husk in the village. Anu Rani, for example, would go into the fields to train at 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning because the villagers wouldn't like to see her in the athlete's attire.
Very difficult for girls to grow up in Uttar Pradesh. Remember, the first Tunisian, Hasiba Bulmaraka, had to train in Italy before she won the Olympics. So much the same in some of the states of India. Although Haryana has done well to encourage their girls, they dominate the wrestling, they dominate the throwing events, and they are coming up also in boxing in a big way.
Well, Rupinder, the other point about Haryana is it's not only been the throws and the jumps, but they've also now started excelling in the 100, 200 and the 400, which to me came as a big surprise. But obviously, there are people who inspire them to take up to the sprints also.
Yes, they did have a precedent in the form of Kramveer, who ran some brilliant 200 meters races below 21 seconds. And obviously there's lots to inspire. And there is the rewards that are slowly coming in to the sport in the terms of the governments. And Haryana has been at the forefront, now closely being followed by Tamil Nadu and Bihar, who are picking up in a big way.
We are about 7 minutes away from the women's 400 meters. That's the introduction for them. The high jumpers to the far right of a picture frame. This is the second of them, Lakshmi Mendes Sayuri of Sri Lanka. From an Indian perspective, that's the girl to watch out for. M.R. Puama, 36 years old. But she's going strong. 2014 Asian Games bronze and multiple Asian Championships.
Rashdeep Kaur, who went to Glasgow for the relays, mixed relay, been quite prominent on the circuit this year. There's been no clear dominance in the 400 meters. This is the girl I love, Vidya Ramaraj from Tamil Nadu, excelling both in the 400 and 400 hurdles.
Well, at the 2022 Asian Games, if you remember, she equaled the national record in the 400 meter hurdles of P.T. Usha. And you've been talking of the two girls one from America and one from Europe doing the 400 meters and the 400 meters hurdle. One of them, in fact, has gone now to the 800 meters.
Absolutely. That's the way to go. And that's what I was telling the winner of the 100 meters last year. Next year, you should be running 100 hurdles and you'll be licking Jyoti Yaraji. But obviously, she was hampered by injury. Happy to see her back, running freely, winning today, and hoping that I see her in the 110 hurdles. I see her with the potential to break Usha's record by over a second in the future.
So we're talking of the 400 meters, but the high jump for the men also continues. The 400 meters, incidentally, we've got about 5 minutes to go. I just read this morning a statement by Tejaswin Shankar, the high jump here at 2.19. Adarsh Ram, the young boy, he's still there. And Kushare is obviously, Sarvesh Kushare is not here. And Tejaswin Shankar has gone on to say that my record has been broken. I'm going to come back again strongly and break that record once again.
Yes, javelin and high jumps have been the story for Indian athletics. They've been doing very well, and there's so much depth. Adarsh Ram won a bronze at the Indo. He qualified for the Commonwealth Games. He's jumped 227, and it was here that Sarvesh Kushare jumped. First time an Indian went over 230. In fact, the reason why Tejaswan stopped high jumping was he said, I developed a mental barrier. I was not being able to go over 229. Sarvesh has broken it for him, so he wants to come back too.
This is Abdul Rahman Omar Sabar. He's now got one more to go at 219. If he doesn't, it's curtains for him. Skipped the first two. Oh, just at a time when he wanted to be there. So that's the end of the journey for him. Remember an event which, once again, I've been talking of records. Yaver Sotomayer's record.
Hand him over for a literature festival this time. The jumps, 3 jumps in fact, have been long-standing. The 1991 long jump duel between Mike Powell and Carl Lewis. Then the fabulous 1995 triple jump by Jonathan Edwards, which just a week ago someone challenged Dias jumping 18.15 to break that old one also. The 800 meters men and women are the other 2 world records. In fact, the woman is the longest standing record set in 1983 by Jarmila Pretachvilova, which Audrey Vero and Kelly Hodgkinson and Odira of Kenya have been chasing, and it looks very imminent now.
So we're now going to be coming up for one more introduction, and that's going to be the one in the men's long jump. We've got a very strong field there, headed by Murli Sri Shankar. And this is back now again to the 400 meters for the women. From lane number 8, the first of them is Prachi. 2023 Asian Games and 2024 Asian Relay silver medal. She's an 8. 7 is going to be Ansa Babu. Speed, trust and teamwork is a motto. 6 is Kiran Pahal, Rohtak she comes from, gold at the Indian Open in Bihar. 5 is vacant. Then you got Vidya Ramraj in 4. She is the girl from Coimbatore, 2023 Asian Games bronze in the 400 hurdles. But this is a different cup of tea. Rushdeep Kaur, about whom Rupendra did mention. She is from the Ganduval village in Sangrur, a daughter of a farmer. And then you got M.R. Puamma, the 36-year-old grandmother, as I would really call her.
Saw her first when she was 17, winning the under 18 400 meters at Bangalore. But this is going to be an exciting race, maybe not such high quality, but there's been no clear favorite, no clear winner in all our competitions this year. And Pahel has won one, Puvamma has won one, and we have the interesting addition of Vidya Ramaraj having the luxury of concentrating on 400 and not looking at the hurdles also.
Well, remember someone saying that that's one lap of absolute torture.
Absolute torture. You never know when to slow down, when to go fast. But now it's a sprint event. Now it's no tactics. It's all out, all the way.
And the ultimate control sprint, as one would really calling, balancing the speed with energy and conservation. That's the 400 meters for you.
And strangely, Milind, people in the last lane, where they don't have to think about anyone, have been running splendidly. The world record set at the Olympics by Wayne Nickirk, 43.03, running in the outermost lane. And we saw a similar thing happening in the Diamond Leagues this year.
Why are we waiting there? Is it still a minute? Well, my watch said 7:01, slated at 1900 hours. It's good to see a packed crowd out here at the Kalinga. Well, Richard, I just mentioned that this is one lap of absolute torture.
It really is. Just this is a flat-out sprint, and the 800 metres has become a flat-out sprint now. I think I heard you just talking about the fact that grappling for that potential 800-metre world record in a women's event. We've also got Emmanuel Wanyonyi and Marco Arop going for the men's one as well, trying to beat that great record by David Radisha. Looks like we're just about ready to go, though. I think we're slightly held up by the javelin warm-up, but I'll hand it over to you.
So once again, slated to start was the Sri Lankan Sayuri, Puamma in 2, Rashdeep 3, Vidya Ramraj as they nets out on the journey now, 400 meters, the crowd all goes up, they're rooting for Puamma, they're rooting for Vidya Ramraj, the two experienced girls out there, far and right now. Look at them, they exploded out the tracks out there, the back straight now. It's very difficult to judge at this point of time. You got on the far outside, it's the girl Prachi from Uttar Pradesh. But this is where it will all start happening at the bend, at the 200 meters, as they will now come up with a controlled aggression. They're making the final bend now, about to start out here. But the experienced girl right in the center, Richard, is coming into the view.
Yeah, it's streaking home here is Vidya Ramraj. And it's seen a confident victory in the end. A good 10 metres or so, closing fairly impressively in lane 8. Was Prachi, but in the end, it is a victory for Vidya Ramraj, and just waited for her moment, got to about 150 metres to go, put the afterburners on, and that was enough to destroy the rest of the field.
That's the girl who actually in 2022 at the Asian Games equaled PT Usha's record of the 400 meters hurdles. And here is this girl who comes back again to do the 400 meters and take it away.
And that's the girl I suggest doing a FMK ball in the future and being an Asian 800 meters champion, if not a Commonwealth and a world.
Well, Shannon has got something to ask this girl.
Yeah, just holding on that for now. We're just about to be introduced to all of the javelin throwers for tonight. It's going to be, we think, a stunning competition. There's confirmation of the results from the women's 400 metres. Vidya Ramraj with the victory by over half a second in the end over Prachi. One of the highlights of the evening is the men's javelin. We are due to have 12 going in this. Can't quite see 12 of them down there, so we're just going to go through and just confirm who is here and who isn't. The athletes being introduced to the crowd. So Yashvir Singh. So Rohit there. Plenty of home athletes here, some Sri Lankans as well. We've got Do Schmidt as well from South Africa. There's Anand Singh. So short of what we're expecting, I think, of the full 12, unless some of them have skipped off already. There's the South African Do Schmidt, African bronze medalist in May. Just missed out on a medal at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Ravi Rajasthan is right there. 77.24 is lifetime best, 75.36 this season. There's Rohit Chowdhury. Just need to confirm that the athletes who, do you see anyone else missing there from what you saw, Malind? We'll get confirmation in a minute. We see the full order. We're just looking at our live results that we have here, and it's not showing up of any the DNS next to it, so the does not start, but I think we are missing a couple here.
Well, the names originally to watch out for was Yashvir Singh, And Rohit Yadav was there in the picture frame.
So we're going to have a high quality competition anyway. We'll get this started in just a few moments' time. It's due to get started in 3 or 4 minutes. I wonder whether some of the athletes skipped off and decided to carry on with their warm-up instead of going through the official warm-up, the official lineup to introduce to the crowds. We're a little bit late to it as well, so hopefully we got somewhere near the 12. As the athletes start to pick their implements, the javelins, get them ready. They're warmed up. They've been out there for a good, 20, 25 minutes now. So they should have got their arm in by now. Nice and ready and loose. It's very different warming up compared to doing it for real. And next up on the track, we'll be focusing on the men's 400 meters. There are 2 races for that, so back to that same format again of the best overall time wins. It's going to be Arshdeep Singh who will get us started. So recently make a return from a period of ineligibility. Has Singh. His lifetime best is 80 meters and 15 centimeters, and he achieved that just a couple of months ago. But first of all, we're going to go back to the high jump. I know you gentlemen were talking just now about the national records and the battle for the top when it comes to the Indian athletes. The bar at the moment is at 2 meters and 22. And that was a final attempt. Unfortunately, we didn't see it. We'll come back to it and bring you up to date with what's going on there. In fact, that is the final result for you. So that was Fatak Bakjabub, who was giving his third and final efforts up at 2:22. And the winner is Adash Jyoti Shankar, 2:22. Needed 3 attempts to get over 2:22, and now we see whether he will continue on and try and improve on that mark. He's won the competition. Doesn't have to carry on if he doesn't want to. And here is one of the big stars of the night.
So there is Murli Sri Shankar. Real big comeback for this boy. Yes, he certainly is the man to watch out for, or the boy to watch out for. The doctors had given up on him, Richard. Everyone had given up on him. He and his physio said, I can do it, and they have done it.
First attempt then for the Commonwealth silver medalist. So close to winning a major title in Sri Shankar. He can feel it in his grasp. In Glasgow, beaten by Tajai Gale, who himself has been on a bit of an odyssey to try and get a world title, or a big title for himself. Sri Shankar on the runway, and he has launched into the pit. Apologies, we moved away from that. We'll bring you up to date with what's going on. There is Yashveer Singh. Talking of Commonwealth medalists. He's gone over 80 metres with his first attempt. That's what we like to see. Gets the white flag as well. It's going to count. Men's javelin especially, just the length that you can get in with those throws. It's just magnificent to watch when they get it right. You get those 90-metre throws, it looks like it's almost going to launch outside the stadium at one point. Of course, it comes down very quickly. But it's just magnificent to see. There's not really a sight like that in athletics. There's the other when you see a pack with a distance race and they suddenly go and you visibly see the acceleration. But one of the other sort of exhilarating moments of athletics is always that javelin flying.
Richard, these days in India, if someone throws 80 plus or 81 or 82, you say that's not good enough.
Average. Well, it's 81 metres 49 for Yashveer Singh, and he goes into the early lead. Anju
Bobby George there as we shift back again to this man who also is the big one. 87.05. Rohit Yadav, Commonwealth Games and World Championship finalist. He's got a season's best also of 87.05. The javelin just about starting. Making sure that he built up the steam down the runway. No, somewhere in the mid 70s. Didn't get the elevation, went flat there. He did focus on the acceleration, but didn't get it the way he wanted it to be.
I can confirm the athletes that are missing. We did think that was the case. It's Kishore Jaina who's not here. Neither is Shivam Satish, and neither is Pedro Henrique Rodriguez of Brazil. So Rodriguez isn't here. Neither is Satish and neither is Jaina. So they are all missing. Here is Dhananjaya. Lifetime best of 75 meters 98. That's not going to be a million miles off that. He needs some serious luck and a big improvement to feature among the medals today. We're due to have 12 athletes competing, so we've missed 3. Reminds that the top 8 will only carry on through the whole competition, so we only have 1 to lose. It's going to be an unlucky situation for one athlete.
One more from the stable who's got 85 plus, 85.78. Sumida Ranasinghe of Sri Lanka. Richard, the javelin throw now seems to be becoming a little bit more popular than cricket is in Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Is that possible? I don't know. Maybe it is. You tell me. You watch Chopra here. Is he becoming more important than cricket? I don't think so. Right?
Yes, he is. He is. I can tell you, if he goes to a show somewhere, he steals the show along with some of the big cricketers out there.
I'm not surprised, having seen the entourage following him around and the fandom around him as well, the crowds that gathered just for a javelin competition. There's nowhere else in the world, I think, maybe Sri Lanka now. There's not many other places in the world where you can get those kind of crowds for a javelin-only competition as he is. Here's Anand Singh with his first attempt. Has thrown over 80 metres previously. That's going to be around the 72, 73 metre mark. He'll take it. Got to take all the legal throws that you can get at the moment, just because of the fact as well that, you know, as I say, you don't want to be missing out, not going through the whole competition. Earlier on, by the way, we saw Shashanka about to start his competition, didn't we? But we didn't actually know what he managed to achieve in the end. He has started with no mark, so we didn't actually miss anything in the end. So good news. Leading the way is David with 7 meters 70. So early stage of the competition. We're only into the second round at the moment. Do Schmitz, African bronze medalist, regularly competes in the mid 80s. And well, that's one short of that. He's a little bit more diminutive for a javelin thrower. He's sort of around about, I don't know, 5'11" for his height. You also often get big, powerfully built javelin throwers. Stocky, powerful, and always competes like around that kind of mid-level, but can often creep into the top 3. He's someone that you can't rule out as Do Schmidt. If everyone else is having not quite the day that they want, they're having a bit of an off day, Schmidt can strike.
The third of the Sri Lankans now, Ravi Rathusan. Stops a wee bit in his stride out there, but ultimately comes up with something in the mid-70s once again. He's got his best of 85, he's got his best of 77.24, a season's best of 75.36. He's been the 2025 national champion silver medalist. 73.61, way below what he's capable of doing. We haven't seen Shivam Lokare, the gunner, out here. And the last of them, Rohit Chaudhary of Nepal. So after this, let's go across to the 400 meters, the fresh one.
Just bring you up to date though with how things look before we do head away to the next track event. So Yashvir Singh is leading away after round one. He's the only athlete over 80 metres so far, ahead of Arshdeep Singh, and Dol Schmidt is in third place for now. And this is the first of the men's 400 metres. He's going to talk you through this one. A couple of lanes empty. You see lane 3 is absent. Once again, it's the top racer from both of them. So no time to go through the athletes who are competing in this one. It's lane 8 is also empty. So in 7 it's McCasey, Jacob in 6, in 5 is Panchal, and Osman is in 4. I think lane 3 was empty, and Del Pardo, I think, is going in lane 2. So they just get away nice and clean. It's a big gap between the front 4 there and the 5th athlete you can see in lane 2, but don't be shocked by that. Remember, lane 3 was left empty, so now they just start to get into their running, and it starts to unwind here. Going well in lane 6 is Jacob. It's alongside him, starting to come back strongly, is Yassine, and Osman as well. But watch out in lane 4. Here comes Osman. He's going to come away with this one. No one can respond to the athlete in lane 4. Umar Osman with the victory, the Malaysian. And it took a little while to get going, that race, I have to say. But it was Osman who judged this race just about right, with about 100, 150 metres to go. Vikram Panchal in second place. And how did Del Padre do in the end? No, he didn't come through. It was Anwar Jacob who finished in 47. Now, with about 150 metres to go, it was Jacob who was leading away, but Osman in the end just had the better strength, and it really is a real lung buster, the 400 metres. You can often see it's a straight out sprint. You always see them slowing at the end, just gasping for air, and the lactic starts to build up, but it was Osman who came back strongly in the end.
46.11 for Omar Usman of Malaysia. Vikrant Panchal and Amod Jacob tape 2 and 3. Amod Jacob, the more experienced of the two Indians out there, finishing in third with 47.00.
So 46.11 is the time to beat. The second of the 2 400 metre races gets started in 10 minutes time. See some of the victory ceremonies which are ongoing. This is the women's javelin. So Delima, who won that one. We'll get back to the javelin. So we're into round 2 of the javelin. When we left it, it was Yashvir Singh who was leading the way. 81 metres 49. Next up is Rohit Yadav, and here is a man who can throw big. Here's a man who can take the win today. No mark in round 1. 87 metres and 5 centimetres. The PB he threw here 2 months ago. Looking to get on the board. Oh, and that is a great example of the conditions at play here. It's going to be a red flag. He's not going to, I think he just about had enough time, but maybe just the implement just came out of the area. But yeah, more of a concern here is Yadav okay? Because that was a nasty slip. It could have been a lot more, that's dangerous. It could have been a lot worse for Rohit Yadav. Maybe just a bump and a bruise. You don't actually see that very often.
Absolutely. I think the conditions, yes, I thought it had stopped raining, although the runway there must be quite slippery.
I guess the issue here is, just from my own personal experience, not living in a country which is quite so humid, but when the rain comes down, because it's so humid, the track doesn't dry, so it just gets slippy. It's just that constant moisture on top of it. Once it's there, it's very hard to clear. You know, try and put some wet clothes on outside to dry it. It's rarely going to do so. Dhananjaya then, 72.22 his first attempt. And that looks very similar. It may be a little bit short actually. In fact, it's going to be a red flag. Doesn't want that recorded. I've just lost his balance. What you usually see in those situations, in these conditions, is you'll see the athletes give everything and plant their foot, and that's when they'll lose their balance, when it's quite so slippy as it is. But I'm surprised why Yadav actually, it was just about when he was starting to execute his action.
He should be one of the favorites out here. Although it's got 73.19. Plenty of dollars for the asking. Right from 1,600 down to $300. Certainly could do a lot of good shopping out here, isn't it?
Yes, that's one of the benefits of being a silver level World Athletics Continental Tour event. You know, the better prize money often means that you can attract more of the higher caliber athletes. And when we cut to that, what we didn't see was what the outcome of that throw was from Sumedha Ranasinghe, and it's over 80 meters, 29 centimeters. Not good enough to go into the lead and to go ahead of Yashvir Singh for now, but it is good enough to move into second. And now we're just starting to heat up a little bit in this men's javelin.
Yes, the javelin thrower there, particularly after that slip by Rohit Yadav, will be a little wary. Anand Singh now. Strong lad there, gets the javelin right into the flight path. Might improve on 71.99 for sure. Should be somewhere in the mid 70s. But you need to get over 80 for sure. If you get 85 plus out here today, the number one position should be for the asking. Yes, improved there, 75.06 for Anand Singh. He is from the state of Uttar Pradesh, started off with 71.99 and in the second comes up with a beauty at 75.06. So hitting the crossover there, the sideways, the rhythmic leg over leg strides coming from this man from the Republic of South Africa, Duo Smith, the 2026 African Championship bronze medalist. He's got 84.79 as his best, but he's now just struggling around 75. The third of the Sri Lankans, Ravi Ratusan. Gets his right hand thrusting out, but not good enough. He still will stay somewhere in the 70s where he started off with 73.61. We all felt that the explosive part of the action from him and the speed and the posture perhaps might get him something better. The last of the athletes out here representing Nepal, just 54.90. He's got a nice little action there, stops in the stride, but outside there, outside the zone, and the red will go up. Perhaps tried to put in too much into that one. And that is a no-show. Arshdeep comes back again. 80.15 is his best. That looks good. He's had two consistent ones at 78.71 and 78.82. This could be somewhere in a better zone than that, or perhaps around the same mark of 78 plus. Up now to the second of the big ones from India, Yashvir Singh, Rajasthan, the 2026 Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. He will want to get better than 81.49, which is where he is. That's a good one again, but short of the 80. He's been consistent, Richard.
Do you know what? I'm really enjoying just how much the crowds are loving javelin, and what it shows to me, and again, coming here last year for the Chocolate Classic, the passion that Indian athletics fans have for this event, because they've seen most success in this event. And so if you can sort of translate that to every one of the disciplines, then you sort of feel like India could be a superpower in terms of the fan support you get behind. You know, in bringing one of these, like in terms of the big atmospheres, it's just a massive amount of potential, isn't there, when you see the love for javelin throwing. But it's no improvement for Singh, short of 80 metres, 79.94, second best throw. Might mean something a little bit later on. But here is a man that needs to deliver, because Rohit Yadav currently sits in 9th position. He has to record something here or he's going out. Well, it looks like it might be just about good enough to keep him in the competition, which is going to be fine. I mean, you've got the Nepalese athlete Rohit Chowdhury, who doesn't have much of a record in terms of getting into the 70s and the 80s. So that's going to be enough for Yadav to start building from there. It's short of 80 metres, but after the slip that he had last time, I think he just wanted a little bit of like a confidence booster, that he was going to find that the footing was going to be all right, he can get something solid. 75 metres 92 for Rohit Yadav. It's good enough to move him into 4th place.
We are now going to be coming up to the second of the 400 meters flat coming up.
That's really much to see that. This thing from Dhananjaya sits in 8th, but he's probably going to be okay. Maybe a marginal improvement, if there is one, on the 72.22. And here we go, the second of the two 400-metre races, and the time to beat is 46.11. That's set by Umar Osman in the last round. There are a couple of no-shows, but it's a pretty talented race, this. Two of the most exciting African 400-metre talents in this. Plus, we are missing, though, the Indian record holder. Vishal is not due to go here. You can see that lane 7 is empty. That was due to be him. It's Kumar on the outside there in lane 8. So 7 is empty. Now watch out here for Justice Oretile in lane 4, the Botswanan. Hopefully we do have time, just about to go through all the athletes. So there's Joshua Atkinson, national record holder for Thailand. Manu Tekinalil Saji in lane 2. Kalinga Kumaragi, the experienced Sri Lankan, 33-year-olds in lane 3. Justice Oretile, 5th at the African Championships, semis at the Commonwealth Games in the 200 metres. He'll go in lane 4. Lane 5 is empty. That was due to be Danadazi Ndlovu of Zimbabwe. Leonded Kukamaya of South Africa, just 19 years old. He's fresh from winning bronze at the World Under-20 Championships. Watch out for him. He's a 44.94 guy. Lane 7 is empty. And Jay Kumar, the 20-year-old, part of the 4x4 men's relay winning team at the Asian Championships last year. And that silver medal is going in lane 8. So 46.11 to beat. And you imagine it might go here. Nice and quiet for the starts. And the beginning of this might be a little bit deceptive. That gap between lanes 8 and 6 and 4 due to the no-shows there. But going out quickly is Leonded Kukamaya, the 19-year-old South African, already starting to get up on Kumar. But watch out as well for Justice Oretile as they come through the 200-metre mark. Fairly even here between Oretile and Kukamaya, and Oretile maybe just about starting to move into the lead, but don't count out Kumaragi, the experienced Sri Lankan. Atkinson going okay as well in lane 1, but Oretile in the lead. They come into the final straight. Kukamaya though still has energy to burn. He's looking aside to Oretile, just toying with him, but Oretile is not having it. He's coming back, and Oretile will take the win. We just wonder whether Oretile there was just saying, you know, Kukamaya was looking inside him and saying, I've got this one. And Oretile thought, do you know what? No, you haven't. I'm going to take this. The Botswanan wins it, the 20-year-old. Such talent in Botswanan 400-metre running. Colin a bit of chippy. Of course, looking like he's going to turn into an absolute world beater. But here it is, Oritile, 45.35, easily the winner. Leondet Kukamai getting second place, and we've just confirmed third. It is Kalinga Komorage who takes that. Interesting race how that unfolded in the final straight. I think Kukamai looked like he had it won, or we thought he did.
That was close. He's got a triple Nelson there, the number which not many people like to wear on their bib numbers. Triple Nelson, as we all know, is what is unlucky in the game of cricket. But out here for justice. Interesting name, isn't it?
Yes. He might feel there's justice done there, because I just wonder, sometimes it's a confidence thing. I'd like to see the replay of it actually. Kukamaya, with about 50 metres, 60 metres to go, was looking across to Oritile, almost toying with him, a little bit of bravado. Sometimes that can also be a sign that maybe you haven't got it won, you're trying to get in ahead of someone else instead. But Oritile just found something in the last 60 metres or so. Turning to the javelin.
So we are back to the javelin now once again. We are in round number 3. We would be looking at the numbers going up from here on in 4, 5 and 6. Weeding out that one from the boys who started out here, Rohit Chaudhary of Nepal. Surely would not be there. He's got 54.90. Wonder whether he's going to get anywhere close to that mark which will get him into the finale. The Himalayas, he'll certainly have to be strong and standing tall, but he isn't out here. And the red goes up for the second time for him. So he started off with 54.90 and then the 2 crosses against him. So he should be surely out of the competition.
Yeah, that's it for Rohit Chaudhary. 54.90 his best. Back to the long jump. I haven't checked in with this for a little while. We have 2 more events left on the track. The men's and the women's 5,000 metres. The women's race will get us started. Leading the way, as you can see here, Shashanka. We are into round 4. 3 athletes that didn't start, so no one's been cut at this halfway mark with Shashanka. 8 metres and 7 centimetres. Look at that for consistency as well. We're talking about that today. No mark in round 1, but then just a 1 centimetre difference between his second and third, and it's still well short of what we know he can do. Divin Manuel sits in second place. Now there is a guy you will see on the tour all the time, it seems. Almost every single silver or bronze event, Divin Manuel seems to turn up, and he's always a consistent performer, so watch out for him. At 7.93. So it's those 2 who are at the top of the leaderboard for now, as we see more of the victory ceremonies. And this is the women's long jump from earlier on. And some handsome prizes for the top 6. For some of them come this way, won't quite repay the airfare. For others, it's a good night's work. It's now all finished. Ansi Sorjan winning 6.71. We expected that to be the case, but Shali Singh was always going to be the main challenger. Couldn't go ahead of her national teammate. You've seen that Mohammed's finishing in 3rd place. And how's it all going to end up in the men's long jump? Still rounds left.
Richard, to me, the third name there, Mubasina Mohammed, really strikes up because she comes from a far distance place called the Lakshadweep Islands, from where no athlete ever came before, and she's now there, an inspiration.
And just for context then, how far away is that for those that won't know?
It's in the Indian Ocean.
And I'm one of those. Well, that's remarkable, really, without the necessary infrastructure as well. And that just shows. Again, you can find athletes with just sort of raw talent, and they just need to find the opportunities. You see that around the world. And here's a very established man. Shashanka, this is Attempt number 4. He leads the way. He's the only man over 8 meters so far. Maybe just starting to go through the gears a little bit here. Shashanka will be looking to improve on that. Settling into his processes. He's got a bit of star quality about him. Here we go then. Attempt number 4. 8 meters and 7 centimeters to beat in front of one of the busiest stands here at the Kalinga Stadium tonight. He's just about to set off on his way. Clock runs down. Attempt number 4 then for Shashanka, the leader. It's hard to see from that angle, but looking to see if he gets the white flag. He does. So it's going to count. You see the athletes in the foreground there, just going through their warm-up routines for the women's 5,000 meters. And waiting for the mark. 8 meters and 7 centimeters again, or almost 3 identical jumps from Shashanka. It's amazing how often you actually see that, to be honest.
Well, as if he had planned that for the evening here. 8.41 is what he's got. 8.38, the season's best. And we are now back to the javelin again for the men. Hotting up now. Anand Singh. .51 was his best so far, but the red is going to be the one which is going to put him back for a moment. Coming up now to Dow Smith of South Africa. Started off with 75.71, then dipped to 75.14 and dipped further with a cross there. Is right now lying in position number 5. Heaves and puts in it. Looks better than that 75 twice that he's achieved. Should be close to 76 or 77 for Smith of South Africa. So what do we have? We have the long jump going on and the javelin up here. And we now got Rohit Yadav.
76-79 for Smith, so no improvement for him.
He's finally been amongst the numbers now after that fall.
Yeah, and he might just taken confidence from that one. Expect him to go a little bit bigger here, perhaps. No. Maybe a little bit short of 80 metres. Not going to be enough to challenge the top 2, but he is just creeping closer to that 80-metre line. It's the just looking at us more watching his approach there instead of the actual technique, and it's kind of that everyone has their different style, but it's this sort of stuttered run that we see. The women's 5,000 metres is underway. Apologies, we weren't able to bring you the lineup for that just before we got started. There is a couple of starters who've not got underway in this one. Due to lead it was Diana Wanzer. I believe that is who we've got at the front there. So we'll come back to that in just a few moments' time as we return to the javelin competition.
So obviously the 5,000 meters and its very first lap. So we got plenty of time. Virtually close to about 15 odd minutes to go out here. Slated originally were at least a dozen names, but we've dropped down only to 5 now. At the back straight here in the second of the laps, which is coming up now. So we will stick to the javelin for some time. Arshdeep Singh will now come up to his fifth throw. He's got 78 point. Sumedha Ranasinghe of Sri Lanka, 80.29. He's lying in number 2 position. Yashveer Singh, a no cause against the earlier throw of the Sri Lankan. Yashveer now comes up. Stopping in the stride there. Oh, he's got close to the 80. He's going to repeat that again. 81.49, keeping him in number 1. But this is surely short of 80, but he will keep himself in that position at 81.49. No one seems to be challenging him at this point of time. He's been consistent all the way through, creeping him up all the time.
See the women's 5,000 metres going on in the background, just trying to give you an update of what's going on there. There's just 5 athletes that started this race. Diana Wanzer is out in front, so just want to get a shot of who's on her shoulder. We think it might be Sanjivani Jadhav, but we'll bring you up to date with it as soon as we can. The all-comers record in India, 15 minutes, 12 seconds, 0.84. Kalinga Stadium record, 15.55, and I'll tell you, I wonder whether we might just see that go today. One's especially is well within her capabilities, so it is for Jadhav. We're just looking at our computer system here as well. I'm looking at the start list, showing 8 athletes. We know there's only 5 down there, so we will bring you up to date with that. But we'll, for now, keep you up to date with what's going on in the javelin.
So in the background, they continue to gain the momentum out here. Dhananjaya comes back, the Sri Lankan. He is in number 8. He's got a lot of catching to do. And then back to Ravi Rathusan of Sri Lanka, the third of the Sri Lankans. He's in 7. So the 2 Sri Lankans in 7 and 8 respectively. He's a big lad there, broad shoulders, puts everything in. This could be a better one.
I think that's going to be an improvement for Rajashan. He just needs to bring the flight of the javelin down a little bit more straight. It's got great height, and unfortunately, I mean, the conditions tonight for javelin are pretty much perfect, warm and pretty still. Anand Singh keeping closer to 80 meters. Rajasthan then 77.24. Anand Singh gets the white flag, just waiting to see if he's improved on 75.51. Down on the women's 5,000 metres, just a gap starting to appear between Diana Wanzer and the athlete who is chasing her. Wanzer, the class athlete in this field, the African champion, as we go back to the long jump.
We come to the long jump at the right time to see Murli Sri Shankar. 8.06, 8.07 and 8.07. He is doing what Ivano Pedroso used to do at one point of time, the Cuban, as also Yahweh Sotomayor, a trend which the Cubans had set, asking the crowd to cheer him on. Is quite capable, as we all know, to get to that figure of 8.41. Is he going to really exert himself today? He knows that he's on top of the leaderboard with that 8.07. The next of them is way, way behind. But you never know. Someone can just about sneak in. Puts in that big one out there. Is that good enough? The red goes up.
So it won't be an improvement then for Shashanka, who has just one attempt left, but he's in control of this. A bit concerned there of the shoulder. just landed a little bit awkwardly. Throw yourself into the pits. Over in the javelin, you may have just seen something pretty big. It's very hard to know where to look in the stadium when there's so much going on. I said the 5,000 meters is ongoing as well. There's Diana Wanzer. And look at the leads that she's just starting to build now. I'd say around 50 meters or so. The African champion who's just finished a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games, finished behind Australia's Rose Davis. And started in a little bit of a small kind of pack. And now Wanzer just stretching her legs. And I just wonder what she might be chasing here. In terms of the all-comers record, maybe it's a little bit beyond her potentially in terms of her lifetime best. 15 minutes 28 or so, her lifetime best. The all-comers, and I was saying before, so that's the best time in India by anyone. It's 15 and 12. She's the sort of athlete that could push that kind of thing in a time trial. We've not seen a lot of her, but just for some context, just the kind of athlete that she is and the competition she's up against in Kenya. Such is the depth. She's only the 47th fastest Kenyan this year over 5,000 meters. So it really is incredible. But what she is a championship racer. She's won African Championship this year. She's won a Commonwealth silver medal. And sometimes the medals are all that matters. It's not so much about the times. But Wanzer, look at this. A lead of around 60, 70 meters and growing.
Well, surely a country which has dominated the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters along with the Ethiopians, the Moroccans and the Algerians. We're just about halfway through here in the women's 5,000 meters. Because if you're looking anywhere close to the figure that she has 15 minutes 28.91, which is also the season's best, then in which case we are just about halfway through. 8 minutes plus out here, heading towards the 9th minute here in the women's 5,000 meters. We all thought at one point of time that there will be a game of cat and mouse between at least one and two of them. Wasn't to be, because the girl from Kenya, Diana Wanzer, takes that huge lead. In fact, she laps the one of the Indians out here, going to lap one more into the 9th minute of this play. We all felt at the very beginning that no one wanted to take the lead and do all the hard work.
A little look at the watch there from Diana Wanzer as she starts to lap some of the athletes here. And the Kenyan fully in control of this, and you can see she's clearly chasing something here. Potentially maybe a lifetime best is on here for the Kenyan, who started strongly and just sort of fancies it there here. Sometimes you just feel good. You feel like there might be a quick time in there. Reminder that her lifetime best is 15:28 high, just under 15 and a half minutes.
She's going to lap the third of them now.
Yeah, just about to overtake Santoshi Shrestha. Going strong here is Diana Wanzer. A little break in the javelin at the moment. The long jump is ongoing, so we'll bring you up to date. Not missing anything in the javelin for now. Still being led by Yashvir Singh with 1 round to go. 82 meters, 94 for Singh. The best so far, but this is brilliant running from Diana Wanzer. It is remarkable, isn't it, the talent in Kenya, that you can be that far ranked down in terms of the year times. We're talking 47th best this year, which is extraordinary.
In fact, Rich, you'll be happy to know she's been coached by a UK athletics endurance coach, Idris Hamoud, who coaches Mohammed, who was 6th in the London Marathon and 9th or your best finisher at the European Championships. She won the Kip Kleiner Classic, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters Commonwealth, silver, and she's looking to improve upon her road racing with events in Valencia, over 10K and half marathon.
Well, it's brilliant knowledge, Rapinder. Thank you very much. And so it's often quite hard, isn't it, when you try and rush you just try and rush some of the Kenyans to get through to the road racing. And actually, Diana Wanza has had to wait a very long time to wait for opportunity to put a Kenya vest on. She's taken her opportunity this year, 27 years old. Often, when it hasn't worked for you on the track, you have gone to the roads by now. You have gone to the half marathons and the marathons. But here is Wanza. She's waited for her chance. She's taken her chance. And here she is potentially heading towards a pretty fast time. Just 3 laps to go.
Look at her face out there. There is absolutely no grimace of pain in the 5,000 meters.
I think she's heading towards a time of around 15:24, 15:25. That would be lifetime best for Diana Wanza with just around 2.5 laps to go. That'd be a little bit distracting for Wanza, I think, with the fireworks going off in the background. It's really spectacular. But Wanza very much has a target in her sights now. And with just a little over 2 laps to go, the Kenya may be closing in on something pretty special. We're going to get the stadium record, it would seem. Are we going to get close to the all-comers record? Don't think it's going to be that, but it is going to be, you would think, at least, you would think a lifetime best for Wanza.
Wanza, the standard of the 5K, the happy face that we can see there. I did mention, in fact, she's got a smile on the face now.
Just trying to trick the body, trick the mind, that nothing's hurting, but I can tell you it definitely much is. And I tell you what, the all-comers record is on. She's just outside that at the moment. The all-comers record is 15:12, just under 15:13, and she's hovering around a 15:13, 15:14 time. She knows what's on here. She knows what she could have gone for. That's why you're seeing the looks of the watches. And Wanza, we could possibly be about to see the fastest 5,000 meters time by a woman ever in India.
Yes, absolutely. I think the way she's going, poetry in motion, as one would really call it, gliding away, scheming away, all by herself. She's got no one chasing her. And sometimes, Rupi, when you have no one chasing you, it can start becoming difficult. But look at the ease that she's pacing herself.
That's the loneliness of a long distance runner, but she's managing brilliantly. No competition, and like Rich points out, it may be an all-comers record, but definitely a PB4.
Now it's starting to hurt. Now you can see the pain on Diana Wanza's face as she maybe gets that little bit of a boost with the athletes that she's picking off along the way. She takes the bell at 14:03. She's well inside. You would think the all-comers record, she can just give this last lap a big old go. It's going to be a lifetime best for Diana Wanza. It's going to be a stadium record. Is it going to be an all-comers record? It might be very tight. She just has to work hard this last 300 meters or so through that back straight for just the last time. She can see another athlete in her sights. It's just about targeting that. Can you pick them off? Is there someone to chase? It's all on her own. And this is the remarkable thing about Diana Wanza in this race. She's had to do this pretty much all by herself, all the time. She's got the crowd roaring her on into the final 200 meters now. Remember, the time to beat, 15:12. So, round the bend for the final time. She can see the closing straight. And in she comes. It's going to be just outside of it, I think. She's going to miss it. Diana Wanza just slowed a little bit over this last few laps, but it's been a magnificent effort from Diana Wanza, who's going to take a significant chunk out of her lifetime best. It won't be an all-comers record. It will be one of the fastest times we've ever seen in India by a woman in the 5,000 meters. Stops the clock at around 15:16 or so and gets the appreciation of the crowd as well, and so she should. It's a lifetime best of around 12 seconds, maybe even close to 13 really for Wanza. And now she starts to show that she really does belong among those top Kenyan athletes. And remember, she did that pretty much all on her own from start to finish. Finishing in second place. And a decent finish. In fact, it's one more lap to go. Well, here comes Shati.
The second of them to come in is Bharti from Haryana once again.
Penalty, who did go with Wanza in the first 2 laps or 3 laps or so. It's always going to be tough to maintain that. The official time for Diana Wanza, 15:16.11. A special night for her, and we talked about where she is in the standings of the Kenyan athletes, and now really feels like she will belong.
You know, Richard, Shannon will have to wait for some more time because the others are just about taking another minute or two.
Well, it just shows the class, doesn't it? Of when but you know, if this wasn't a silver level tour, then it's unlikely that we would have seen one of the an athlete of Wanza's standard come up. Now look at this. We just missed this. Rohit Yadav. You talk through this, Milind.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. After the 2 crosses against his name, when he fell down, we all thought that he'd injured himself. But how strongly he's come back out there, moving at every outing there for him. Yashwir 82.94 slips into second, and Rohit Yadav says, "Oh, I was chasing you, my dear friend."
He loves this stadium, doesn't he? Absolutely loves this stadium. 87 metres 68. It's a lifetime best. 2 months on from hitting a PB. Here goes Yashvir Singh to try and deny it.
And sends out a warning to Neeraj Chopra. You're only 88.05, so 30 centimeters more, and shows the depth of Indian javelin throwing.
Absolutely well said, Rupi. You know, remember, Richard, there was a time when you could barely manage 6 javelin throwers amongst the 8 in any competition. Today we've got about 65, 70 turning up in any competition in India.
Yeah, it's magnificent, the level of depth. And there is the final results. Rohit Yadav with a lifetime best of 87 metres and 68 centimetres. After his 7th place finish at the Commonwealth Games, look how strongly he's come back. Yashvir Singh in 2nd place, 82.94. And Sumedha Ranasinghe of Sri Lanka in 3rd place. And it's the 3 men over 80 metres who have finished inside the top 3.
The 2 of them, Rohit Yadav and Yashvir, perhaps telling the Sri Lankans, you've got some time to wait for before you come up to the ranks along with Rumesh Patirage. But we're still hovering around there.
Yes, almost a few years ago, it was turning out to be an Indo-Pak rivalry with Arshad Nadeem and Neeraj Chopra. It's turned into an Indo-Sri Lankan battle now with Patirage, Neeraj Chopra, and here today also the 3rd javelin thrower. The shot putters.
We're just looking at the shot putters here from earlier on. The winner, Chuk Anakwechi, who is the Commonwealth champion, of course, from Nigeria, threw big in his final round to take the win off of Zain Weir. 20 metres 78 in that last throw. Look at that. The last 2 just started to threaten a little bit with that penultimate throw, and then the 20.78 to deny Zain Weir. And those 2 have had plenty of battles. These are regulars on the Diamond League circuit. And they're also here because we've got the World Ultimate Championships coming up. The shot put is not involved there, so they're able just to have a little bit of fun and try new things. I think Chuka Nwechi's heading back to compete in Zurich next week at a Diamond League meeting. I imagine Zain Weir might be heading there as well.
Well, for the moment, he'll take that check back to Lafayette in Indiana. He started his career being impressed by his brother, who is a WWE wrestler. Wanted to become one and then turned out to be a shot putter.
Is that what happens? Well, it doesn't surprise me, I've got to say. Just anything powerful and strong. These are just supreme athletes, you know. It's just, shows as well, athletics is for anyone. You can find your discipline. You don't have to be Diana Wanza running 5,000 metres, one of the quickest we've ever seen in this country. You don't have to run 100 metres in sub 10 seconds or sub 11 seconds for a woman.
And especially for 5,000. Remember, Bhubaneswar is not the place to run good timings. And yet she comes up with 15:16.11 and stumps Gulveer Singh, who came here trying to qualify for the Asian Games, which was 13:29, and he ended up running 13:59, and of course blamed the conditions. But once overcome all of that, the heat, the humidity of Bhubaneswar, Sri Shankar in the long jump, consistently 8:07, claiming the first position. Manuel of South Africa, the second one above 803, and David P. from Tamil Nadu, 778 to finish third. Shahnawaz Khan, the junior champion who had jumped 830 here, was not available, and similarly Lokesh Satyanathan was missed in the competition this evening.
Well, Richard, going back to the women's 5,000 meters, just imagine if this girl had at least two along with her to chase her all the way. What would have happened?
Well, good question. I mean, it's obviously another athlete can always push you a little bit further. And you say it's not the best conditions. Before we do that, just to round up what happened in the men's high jump, we knew earlier on the winner was already all decided. 2 meters 22 to get the job done. It was won, of course, by Ardash Ram Jyoti Shankar. It was Fatak Beit Jabru who finished in second place, and Abdul Rahman Sabar who finished in third place. And there was an attempt to go a little bit higher in the high jump, 3 failures. But 2:22 was enough to win it. So the final events, only one more item left to be decided. We've finished the javelin, finished the high jump, finished the long jump. The javelin, of course, won by Rohit Yadav with that 87 meters 68, ahead of Yashvir Singh and Sumedha Ramasinghe. But it's the men's 5,000 meters still left to run.
Well, listed originally given to us is a huge field out here with some big names from the Indian circuit. Mukesh Pal, Nepal will be there. But amongst the Indians, you got Kartik Karkera, who's won the marathon at both Mumbai and Delhi. He's essentially a 5,000 and the 10,000 meters runner, but also has graduated to the marathon. And then you got the likes of Shailesh Kusawa. That's the lineup for you. Originally given to us is Prithviraj of Mauritius. That's the first of them. Then you got Rajan there in the second of them. Onkar is the third. He represents Karnataka. You got a Fijian, Yashnil Karan. They set out now here for the 5,000 meters. This is a bigger pack compared to the women, who started off with only 5 of them. The Kalinga Stadium record is 13:43.23. And guess whose name it is? It is in the name of Gulveer Singh of India, 19th of June 2023 in the Interstate Championships.
So the all-comers record, 13:31. It's I don't know if we're going to get anyone near that today, but potentially we could do. Nursultan Keneshbekov, the Kazakhstan athlete, is flirting with that kind of time, but not recently. 13:42.70. His lifetime best. Set last year, though, just outside of 14 minutes this season. So when you're looking at the inform athlete, you have to say that Parashuram is the one to look for.
Yes, the Shivaji Parshuram Madappa is the boy.
But there he is. So there we go. First shot of Nursultan Keneshbekov, who is already deciding that he does have something in mind, because he is already, after just not even a couple of laps now, he's already built a lead. Well, I'd say it's about 50 meters or so. Now, often in these races, we talked about ones there would often be in a silver or bronze level, gold level tour, you would have a pacer. You don't have that here. So instead, you kind of got this kind of odd situation where it's a bit more like a lower level race. In terms of that, you've got to do it yourself, in terms of thinking out how you're going to do it. It's a World Championship race, you don't have to sit there in the pack and then wait for your turn. So you've got to try and decide, do you want to put yourself through the pain for a good 13, 14 minutes? And clearly the answer from Keneshbekov is, yes, I would love to do that.
The 2023 World University Games bronze medalist, 13:42.70. No one on your picture frame out there may perhaps give you an indication that it is early days out here. We are into the third minute of this event, the 5,000 meters, the last evening event of the day out here. And the others all boxed together. They are, of course, winding up the pace like a clockwork toy. They also got to make sure that They dig deep out there. What is this man up to? That's the big question from here on.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, sometimes you come to these things and you just have to give it a good go. Like, do you want the win or do you want to come away with something special? I mean, he's got a good range, has Surabaikov. He's also a half marathon runner as well. He's run one half marathon, two half marathons this year. He's won both of them. One in Tajikistan and one in Kazakhstan. He's got a national record in a half marathon too, a 1:01:39. So he's got great range. And I just wonder whether he's come in and saw the opportunity and just thought, you said it's not the greatest conditions. You have to say that you're right, you want it to be a little bit cooler than this and you want it to be a little bit less humid. But he probably turned up thinking it's going to be a lot worse than this.
Definitely. I think he's taken the benefit of the doubt of not knowing the conditions. All the Indians have suffered here earlier in June, clocking above 14 minutes. So they're taking the conservative route. They've got two marathon runners in the fray. Gopi Thanakal, who's been a Asian marathon champion. There's Dr. Karthik Kerkera. There's another up-and-coming military man following Gulveer Singh's footsteps, Harmanjot Singh. And there's that very brave runner from Karnataka, Shivaji Madappa, who ran his heart out the last time, trying to qualify for the 10,000 meters and collapsed after running 20 meters, leading just like the Kazakhstan runner is doing, Kyrgyzstan runner is doing right now.
That's what you've got to think as well, that, you know, maybe just because he's gone out so hard at the start doesn't mean he's going to be that far out at the end. So the pack at the back, they just have to run their own race. That gap between the Kazakh runner and the pack is not getting any bigger. In fact, I would hazard a guess that maybe it's getting a little bit smaller.
I definitely think he's run himself out of steam, and the 5 chasing pack will go past him easily.
So it is still Koneshbekov leading the way, still I'd say by about 30 metres or so, but there's a pack there of around 5 runners or so who are all chasing him down. You mentioned Gulveer Singh, that incredible run that we saw him at the Commonwealth Games. Just how much excitement is there in Indian athletics for him at the moment?
Absolutely. I think the future of Indian athletics is distance running. We have done well in javelin and high jump, but it's going to be distance running to the fore, and which, to give you an insight, Gulveer now holds the Indian national record from 1 mile to 25 kilometers, and Scott Simmons has promised he's going to attempt the 42 kilometers in December and go below 210, which will be breaking India's record by over 2 minutes.
Well, that would be quite special. As you see on the screen here, another presentation ceremony for winners from throughout today. But I can tell you that what we're seeing on the track at the moment is a bit of a move from the pack to try and break Koneshbekov, or Koneshbekov maybe just about tiring a little bit, but they're all working together to try and reel him in, and that's what's happening. We'll get back to that in a moment as we watch this presentation ceremony. So the winning checks, that was dummy checks really, but they'll be able to cash the real thing very shortly. But I can tell you there's a big change happening in the 5,000 metres race. And what we saw is a lone man at the front and the 5 chasing him. Well, it's now a pack of 6. And we'll get to that hopefully in just a moment after this victory ceremony, because a big move happening in the 5,000 metres.
So while we had a woman running away in loneliness, we'll now have a pack of 6, making this race an exciting one.
Well, here we go.
Albeit a slow one, but the race will be tremendous to watch till the end. So, because it's very difficult to predict who's going to win.
Well, I just saw, I worried a little bit there because I saw Shivaji Parashuran drop out of the pack for a moment, but all he was doing was getting a bit of water. I worried that he was calling a day, because he looked very settled there, because he looks the most comfortable out of all of them here, very much in control. But what he doesn't want to do here, after leading this pack to chase down Koneshbekov, he doesn't want to take on all the workload here either. So now they'll just say, okay, we've caught you, you've gone off fast, that didn't work out, you sit at the front, we'll sit behind you.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. It's becoming a great tactical race, and that's the joy of distance running. It's not always timings that matter. often win in very slow races. For example, Centrowitz, when he won that 1500 meters in 3:52, the whole world was amazed. But that's how it happens, and that's how you have to respond. And that's the beauty of this distance running. We just saw one girl, loneliness of a long distance runner, now a pack of 6. Very interesting till the last moment, as we don't know who's going to be amongst the winners.
Well, don't rule out Kineshbekov for now. There's a possibility that maybe he made a sensible choice to back off a little bit after feeling like you can have an A goal, you can go out, see how you feel. Maybe if it doesn't quite feel right, then you'll just change your plan. Maybe he's made a sensible choice. We don't know. Maybe he's quite happy to dictate from the front. I imagine he doesn't really want to be psychologically. Maybe you don't want to be chased down, but if he's made that decision himself, then fine. And he's being leading Shivaji Parashuram. Also in there is Gopi Tonakal, and Harmanjot Singh is there too. Can you get the two at the back of the pack there?
Well, judging
Rupinder?
from the way they are running, Rich, I think the other 5 are just using the Kyrgyzstan boy till the last lap, because they know they are not going to get a fast timing. It's all boiled down to who's going to get the podium finishes, and it's Shivaji and Harmanjot are in pole position to get that, as the Kyrgyzstan continues to lead, and I think it's a convenience factor for the chasing pack right now.
Yes. So at the back right now is Shailesh Kushwaha, and just in front of him is the Fijian Yeshnil Karan, who is in that white vest there, in the Fiji vest, and he's actually just been overtaken by Kushwaha. So slight concern, maybe the Fijian might just drop off. He's a 14:22 guy at best, so maybe the pace is going to be a little bit too hot for him. If we're looking at those who can sustain something a little bit quicker, you're still looking at Kineshbekov, you're still looking at Parashuram, and you're also looking at Harmanjot Singh. All of those are sub-14 guys. There are some who are just flirting with going sub-14.
And there's the dangerous marathon runner Gopi Tonakal. Remember, when it becomes tactical, these marathon runners could just surprise you towards the end, because they don't feel 10,000 is a long distance event.
So it's shaping up nicely, and now we're in a situation where no one is making a move. You can see they're all quite settled now, and that it does include Kineshbekov. There's no sign of visible stress on him, actually. It looks quite controlled. They all look very hot. They all look very sweaty. It's all starting to get a little bit difficult. The conditions are not amazing, but at the moment, I wouldn't fear for any of these 5 in the pack, but we are maybe just seeing Kushwaha just hanging on a little bit at the back.
Definitely. So very interesting, this race. What a contrast to the 5,000 women, and really bringing things on the track to a really grand finale. No one can predict a winner. That's what we want. We don't want Usain Bolt ruling the roost. We want to be able to have 4 or 5 of them who can be winners.
Yeah, so we just got 3 laps to go, and they've gone through in 3,800 meters in just about 11 minutes dead. So you're looking at around quite a slow time of about 14:25, 14:30 at the moment if they carry on at this pace. But you expect it to get a little bit quicker. And now maybe Parashuram just starting to make a little bit of a move here. He doesn't want Kineshbekov to dictate things anymore.
I think so, and Harmanjot closely following him. I would expect, if I was in Gopi's place, I would make my move right now, because I'm a marathon runner. I don't have the speed to match these 2 in front of me. So let me go and make an effort, because now it's not stupid enough, because it's only 2 laps to go. So you could do that bravery right now, unlike what the Kyrgyzstan runner did right at the beginning.
Well, you can see he's starting now to fade away is Nursultan Kineshbekov. He's gone. Now it's just these 3, because I think we can maybe count out Shailesh Kushwaha as well. So it's Shivaji Parashuram with 2 laps to go, being chased down by Harmanjot Singh, and Gopi Tonakal is sitting in 3rd place. And you're right, if he's going to make a move, Tonakal, you think it has to be somewhere around now, with you think that the other 2 will be able to outkick.
Unless he's happy with being 3rd right now. So it's going to be very interesting. Shivaji is a gutsy runner. I love him. Harmanjot is a brave army man as usual. He'll fight till the end, and so is Gopi. So makes it very interesting. It seems that they've settled into the 3 podium finishes. Now it's who's going to get which color.
So the Kazakhstan athletes has dropped away, I think. But then again, saying that, I thought the gap would he'd drop away a lot more than he has, but he hasn't. So we're just about approaching the final lap of this race, and it's these 3, and it's still anyone's. And Gopi Tonakal is quite sensibly just sitting at the back here.
Now the only question is who will move and when will they move?
So a thrilling conclusion to this first ever World Athletics Continental Tour silver level meet in India, here in Bhubaneswar. And leading away is Parashuram. Just behind him, Harmanjot Singh, who's starting to come on the shoulder now, perhaps, of Parashuram. Gopi Tonakal waiting for his move. I just wonder whether Singh is going to go here. Has he gone too early though?
Harmanjot makes his move, and as Rich says, has he gone too early? Shivaji hanging on, Gopi content with his 3rd place, but it looks like Harmanjot, the army man, is going to show his resilience and win this one.
Tonakal has gone. It's going to be Harmanjot Singh or Shivaji Parashuram, and it is going to be Singh because he's streaking away here, and he's just starting to open up a gap of meters, maybe even 10 meters now, maybe even 15. It's Singh's victory. It's perfectly judged. The clock stops at 14:11:45. We'll get that all confirmed for you very shortly. It was never, in the end, going to be a quick race, even though Nursultan Karamveshov tried to make it one. But in the end, Harmanjot Singh, it was more like a championship race, which is way more fun in my eyes.
I think so too. And just a bit disappointed Gopi didn't make a move. But anyway, it was a brilliant race, and we got a grand finale on the track to the Silver Continental.
Some of the other athletes still coming in. Here comes the Fijian, Yashinil Karan. So he's just crossed the line, just out of shot there. And some of the athletes coming through. Now remember, this has been a really big night for many of the Asian athletes who are heading to the Asian Games. They're just starting to get ready for that. Some of them have come off the Commonwealth Games. They're going straight into another major championships. This is described in some sections of the world, 2026, as a down year, an off year for the Commonwealth nations, for the likes of India. For some of the Asian nations, it's definitely not, is it? There's some big races and events still to come.
Definitely. Big competition. And of course, heading it will be the Neeraj Chopra, Ramesh Patirage clash in the javelin throw at the Asian Games. And of course, we'll have some scintillating distance races. Yesterday, the Lausanne Diamond League was won by Birhanu Birvu, who runs for Bahrain, and he clocked 12:57. So Gulveer will have a tough time getting back his gold medal.
Here we watch the men's 400 meters runners collecting their prizes. It was Justice Oritile who won that race. Best out of the two, the fastest out of the two races. We have seen some brilliant racing, and it's been well organised. It's kept to time as well. We've seen the conditions have been pretty good in the end. Just your closing thoughts before we get to the closing ceremony about just how much of a success this has been, and just how big this has been for fans of Indian athletics that have followed this for such a long time to have a meet this big.
It's been a brilliant exposition. It's been brilliant for the shot putters who saw some brilliant throwing by the Commonwealth gold medal winner. There was brilliance on the javelin throw. There was Murli Sri Shankar, Ansi Sojan at the long jump pit, Adarsh Ram at the high jump pit, and we had a brilliant demonstration by the Kenyan Diana Wenza, and then this brilliant race which was more tactical but enjoyable right till the end.
Well, the results here just coming up of the 5,000 meters run for men. Harmanjot Singh winning the event out here. in a race which was packed up virtually towards the end. 14 minutes 11.51. Shivaji Parshuram of Karnataka, essentially a 5,000 and a 10,000 meters. I saw him winning a gold at the Federation Cup. He comes second with 14:13.84, and Gopi Thanakal, the marathoner, finishing in third.
And Minid, your thoughts on a similar question, really? I mean, the success of this event in the long term would also hinge on the international athletes that you're able to attract here to make it one of the leading meets. It needs to be a destination. We've seen plenty make that move. You'd hope maybe the word would spread if they've had a good experience here.
Well, absolutely, I agree with you, because we've had so many of the domestic meets right from the 1st of January till now. In fact, the season starts even much before that. But in spite of all the domestic meets, the big names have started coming up now. We've seen the improvement at the Commonwealth Games. We've seen now a big contingent going for the Asian Games. This was a big event for all of them. And to have the likes of some of the others in the short put, you got Samantha Hall out there. Then you got the 5,000 meters, this girl running out here. And as Rupinder said, others in the high jump, for example, Ansi Josen and Shaili Singh in the long jump. These are names which have come to stay here. And remember, these are all youngsters. These are the youth of this nation. And I think when you have the international stars coming here very often like this, moving from the bronze to the silver in quick time, yes, we certainly have been. Sri Shankardan 8:07, winning the number one in the long jump. 8:03 is Diwan Manuel of the Republic of South Africa, and P. David of Tamil Nadu with 7.78. But Richard, just to mention to you that I'm sure in the year 2027, we'll see you back here for the gold event again.
And Rich, I am still wanting more. For example, I would have liked to see a sub 10 in the 100 meters, a sub 44 in the 400 meters. As athletics enthusiasts, a great evening, but as they say in Indian language, dil mange more, your heart wants more.
Well, it might just fall nicely in the schedule next year, mightn't it? We've got the World Championships in China. And athletes will start to make their way over to Asia. They'll have holding camps here as well, so they might be a little bit more tempted to take in an event like this in the silver level with the rewards on offer are just so big as well. And you've got some massive road races here too, which are attracting some top athletes, and it looks like maybe just on the way here as well. See, just a word of some of the international winners today. Choka Negwechi, of course, throwing that massive throw right at the end, that clutch throw to beat Zane Weir. So those are the two that we expected to be the major challenges, and they managed to challenge for the top two themselves.
And of course, Rohit again, clutch throw, yes, right towards the end, 87.68. He responded to Neeraj's 88.05 last evening at Lausanne. So this javelin, the high jump, has definitely taken off. Long jump, men and women are also doing well. High jump, we missed out today on how Pooja performed. Something we would have liked to have seen, but it was so many events that we were bound to miss.
You mentioned the clutch throws. We actually got it in both of the javelin events, didn't we? We got not just Yadav in the men's event, but we had Jocelyn de Lima, the Brazilian, who did exactly the same thing in the women's event earlier on. So that's why the throws in the field events can be so exciting. We hope to see much more of them in the future. So this is the results of the women's 400 metres from earlier on. Of course, we get the best time from the two races, and that ends up as the winner. And I think we've got the victory ceremony, which is just about to start. Well, all that leaves us is to say thank you very much for your company for this historic event, this World Athletics Continental Tour silver level event. I've been Richard Newman. Thank you for joining us. Thank you as well for Midin Wagle and Rupinder Singh. We hope you enjoyed the coverage, and hopefully we'll be back again next year. Goodbye for now.